Hi, yo, everyone. This time I will try to make the whole live video um speaking only English because I'm suffering with imposter syndrome, and I decided to give a try with speaking only English. On everyday basis, I'm using English because I'm in London, so I have to, but usually I'm speaking Polish because I'm Polish. Uh, and I decided to speak English because I want to make my art more popular, uh, art in general. In consequence, I am my manager and this persona which will be talking with every person which is interested in my art. So I have to speak aloud with about my art and everything. So sometimes I'm making these live events on my fan page, and I'm doing it in that way that I'm answering some random questions which are generated by random question generators. The reason I'm doing it's not only because I'm trying to make myself more popular or visible or whatever you can name it. I'm doing it as well because I believe that that thinking is a pattern. Those are algorithms. So I think that if I will answer many questions in the future, there will be possibility of creating very complex, of course, algorithm which will be answering uh, on questions just like I would answer any questions. So now I'm looking for some random questions generator which would be proper for this evening. So if you have any questions for me for any reason, any subject you can pick up, you can do it. It's mainly to make some conversations with you, to start some conversations with you. But my experience with this kind of live events is that people are not very interested in that. So I am the most interested person in this kind of live events. So I'm picking up these random questions generators and just shooting at myself with this strange, very strange questions sometimes. Uh, so there is a few of these random question generators. Now I am watching at Conversation Starters World. Oh, there is something interesting. 202 philosophical questions. As I am interested in philosophy, we can try. And I will describe uh, my general view of the world answering this question. I think so. So you can maybe this will provoke you to ask some questions which you will create. So just don't be shy and let's get fun. What harsh truths do you prefer to ignore? What harsh truths do you prefer to ignore? We usually are ignoring truths about ourselves, which are usually painful because we are not as we think we are. So we are making many mistakes, psychological mistakes. We are delusional in some way about ourselves. So I think that that those are the most harsh, the most difficult to accept truths, and truths about humanity in general, about human psychology are hard to accept. It's hard to accept that Australia is on fire because of us, because of our activity. It's hard to accept that rainforest is burning because of us, because of, for example, using of computers, because of flying with aeroplanes, because of cars and so on. It's hard to accept that, and we know what we are doing wrong and what is wrong with us, but we are still doing it because it's hard to accept that we are stupid in some way. So it's the most difficult truths to accept. And if there are some other truths, hard to accept that you will die. Obviously, I'm not scared of death, for example, but it's hard to accept that it has to have some end, this party. So, generally speaking, every truth about our imperfection is hard to accept. Let's go. Another one. Is free will real or an illusion? Is free will real or an illusion? Another great question. I think that I've been answering this question some time ago, but let's give a try. Another time. So free will. I just finished recently reading some time ago. I don't know, 2 weeks ago. I've read Free Will of Sam Harris. Of course, Sam Harris is on that position that free will doesn't exist, and I like this point of view because I am into neuroscience. I am into science in general, and I believe in some kind of determinism. But in the same way, maybe this is hard to accept, that we don't have this free will. Of course, we are determined by our genes, by our brains, by our social context, and those are major factors which determine our what is going on in our life. I believe that, but I'm still looking for this these spaces where we can influence on our life. And for example, recently I moved to London from a small town in Poland, and I believe that this choice was quite how to say it in English. I was thinking about it for a long time, and it's influencing my life in a huge way. I have some more money. I have more freedom in many aspects of my life, and and this is maybe I'm very automatic with my actions on everyday basis, and my brain is determining everything. But when it comes to decisions which are taking a lot of time, it's like thinking fast and slow, about which Daniel Kahneman was writing. So if this thinking process takes you a lot of time, I think if it's longer time, then you have more free will, because your decision is more elaborated, more logical, and so on. And then it's like everything what is on paper influence you in more radical way. So you have more free will then. You are not so dependent only on your biology. Then you can just think on paper, and then you have more free will, in my opinion. So maybe a lot of our actions is automatic, but if we give ourselves some time, we can be more free in a way. But see, I'm not. I believe in these experiments of Benjamin Libet, and I believe that it can be true that we are conscious only of decisions which are made by our brains before it comes to our consciousness. It can be like that, but I don't think it should be. It should be very important fact. If there is something about which you can't do anything, because you have to make decisions anyway. You have to have this illusion anyway. You have to make your living from on everyday basis. So it doesn't matter finally if your self is true or not, if your self is an illusion, or if you are fully automaton. It doesn't matter. You have to live like this. Every of this illusion was true, because anyway we are living all the time in the illusion, in the way that we are living in society, and society there are some duties in society which we have to respect, and so on. And this is ultimately an illusion, because we can live in the forest and picking up some blueberries or whatever and live like that. We don't have to do so many things. So we are constantly in the matrix anyway. So we have to treat our matrix as reality to survive, and treat it seriously. But I don't have answers to these questions, to be honest. I'm just thinking about it sometimes, but so maybe we don't have free will at all, but decision which takes time, this slow process thinking, when we are putting a lot of energy to find good answers to and good solutions, then we have more free will, I think, and then we can influence our life in a more radical way, I think. So I think, yeah, so moving to other country can change your possible future very radically, and you can have more freedom because of economics, for example, and this is independent of your biology. This is independent then of your current social background and so on. So I think that we can influence our lives, and we can create situations where there is more and more freedom. Maybe we are not completely free from the most important factors like our biology and social background. We are not completely free from that, but we can create situations where we are extending our freedom. I think like that about this at this moment, but it can be changed easily because I'm not sticking to my opinions. I'm just thinking about things. Okay, let's go with another one. Is there a meaning to life? If so, what is it? I've been answering this question last time when there was a live. So I don't think that this question have any meaning, sense, meaning, and so on. We are creating ourselves. Everything is up to us. We are deciding. What it will be. We shouldn't be. When it comes to creating more freedom in our lives, we should be totally separated from opinions of others. I think from our family, from our social background, and then we are deciding what we're gonna do with our lives, because our life is something very rare, very rare in the universe. So we have to think about it very carefully, I think, and we can create our sense and reason to life. I am living to create in general surreal situations, surreal arts. I want to create a new world in general. So this is my purpose of life. I don't care about others. I would love to just see this situation when others cares about not being cruel to nature and other people. But it's very difficult to convince someone then that others matters and so on. But it's a long discussion. Where are the limits of our freedom of personal choices and so on? So maybe the purpose of life is freedom, to create more freedom in your life in general, but without influencing others in a negative way. So is the meaning of life the same for animals and humans? Is the meaning of life the same for animals and humans? Yes, I do think that the meaning of life can be different for other species, because when we have more freedom, more choices, which we can create with our bigger brains, we can just separate us from these biological reasons of living in a way, maybe we can extend this biological purposes, these activities, biological activities for our genes, for example, we can extend for more, let's say, virtual cultural activities. So I think that drive to act in general is the same, but the means of acting are very different. So I can want to advertise my genes and spread my genes, but I can do it in many ways. I don't have to have kids to spread my genes. I can spread my memes, and so I think the meaning of life for me can be different than for animals. But again, those are just, this is improvisation about the subject. I think that we are so social that it's hard to separate our purposes, private, how to say it, private goals. It's hard to separate private goals from something which is beneficial for a group. So if you have this vision that we are individual and completely separated from our social background, from people and society in general, you can have this impression that we are acting egoistically. But even if someone is acting egoistically, thinking about themselves and so on, it can be beneficial for society. That this is not true, but one is investing in knowledge, for example, and he's becoming wiser by studying some very difficult subjects like physics, for example. You can say that he's egoistical because he's making it completely for himself, but later outcomes of his hard thinking, hard working will be beneficial for whole society. So even if he will not spread his genes, he will spread his theoretical concepts, his memes, and it will be very beneficial for everyone. And then we will have, as a society, more freedom. So I generally looking at everything from my individual perspective, and I think that subjective is very important. Subjective perspective is very important, but I don't know. You never know what can have beneficial outcomes for society, I think so. Okay, let's go with another one. Where is the line between art and not art? Oh, come on. Where is the line between art and not art? I'm just asking myself a question from conversationstarterswords.com, and this is chapter philosophical questions. Where is the line between art and not art? for me, art can be everything. Every decision of your life is an act of in some way aesthetical choice. If you are choosing a T-shirt which you are wearing, if you are choosing a coat, sweaters, or something like that, you are making an art decision because it's describing you. It's about your identity. It's about your imagination, about your sensitivity, whatever you call it. It's about your mind, and this mind is making choices, which are mostly aesthetical because we are this kind of creatures which are not, we are not creating logical equations about every decision of our lives. So every decision is somehow aesthetical, aesthetic. I don't know. It's an art. So every decision of your life is describing algorithm by which you're thinking, with which you're thinking, and creating this algorithm is an act of art for me. So the books which you are reading those are in aesthetical choices. The clothes you are wearing, those are aesthetical choices. The people with which you are going out for a beer, those are aesthetical choices. So everything is an art, in my opinion. But I'm not so. I don't. I'm not so interested how others think about art. So art for me is completely subjective thing, and I don't care about opinions of others. What is art and why something is art? I am. I'm interested in freedom. So if my drawings are not art for someone else, I don't care. If my acts are not art from someone's point of view, I don't care. I don't give a fuck about that. Just though this is my personal point of view, I don't care about words art. I'm often visiting museums. I'm often in the galleries. I'm watching paintings. I'm watching drawings. I'm watching sculptures. I'm watching performances and so on. I don't care if it's art or not art. I'm just watching it as an everyday situations, and sometimes it sticks to me. Sometimes it speaks something to me. Then I'm interested, and I'm calling it art. Art is a word where you can name something art if you don't have any other better word for describing things. Mainly, I consider art from my subjective perspective. If there is more imagination in something, if you need if there is copying of nature, if someone is making portrait or landscape, it's less art for me than if someone is creating landscape or portrait from imagination. If he's not copying anything from nature, then it's more and more art in my hierarchy of artistic stuff. Sorry for my English. I have this imposter syndrome that I'm just pretending that I'm speaking English. I know that I'm speaking English, but sometimes I'm using wrong words. There is wrong grammar sometimes and so on. Okay, and another question, because about art I've been spoken a lot um, already, not in English, but okay. If someone you loved was killed in front of you, but someone created a copy of them that was perfect right down to the atomic level, would they be the same person, and would you love them just as much? Okay, for me, it's not a difference, probably. But I understand it's like this person was killed uh, for real. So, from my subjective experience, it will be not a difference. I will have this awareness that it's not the same person, uh, because I believe that there has to be some continuation. It's not about only mirroring informations. So if this is a copy, this is a copy. If it's perfect copy, for me it's not a difference, but there is no continuation with this self which was before. So there's this is this self was killed, in my opinion. And this there was a film movie in cinemas, Chappie, and there was precisely the same problem, because uh, how to determine if robot with consciousness, which consciousness was in this movie, it was like a connectome. It was like an algorithm, but it was put it to many different robots. And there was a question, if there's in this movie, nobody asked this question explicitly, but it was obvious, if there's no continuation, if this the same algorithm is in other robots, if it's the same robot or not. So from the external point of view, yes, this doesn't matter, uh, but I believe that it has to be some physical continuation. Maybe it's only about memory. Maybe identity is only about memory, and maybe even if it's in other body, it doesn't matter, because there are these memories. I don't know. I think that there should be some continuation. Uh, does does fate exist? If so, do we have free will? Uh, Fate, yeah, we are determined in many ways: social background and biology. Uh, but there are ways to overcome these problems. So we have free will to some extent. Very little. We have very little of this free will from my point of view, but there is a space for that. I already answered this question, but there's no fate in this. I don't believe in reincarnation. I don't believe in soul. I don't believe in religious mythologies. Uh, so I don't think there is anything special about our lives. So we are determined by physics, and our freedom is limited by physics mainly, and by society, of course. But uh, okay, what does it mean to live a good life? Good life. Good life is when you are not hurting other people, other creatures. You are not pain in the ass for others, and then you have a good life. You can just, if you are not a motherfucker, you are a good person. So I met many people which would consider themselves as a good people, but they were motherfuckers because they were cheating. They were uh, trying to make someone else's life harder and so on, more difficult. I don't like this kind of behavior. I just think that good life is when you are not hurting others in general. Why do we dream? There are some theories why we are dreaming. We are dreaming because we are cleaning our brains from unnecessary informations, and we are dreaming to repeat the most important parts which we should not forget or something like that. I don't know really. It's I consider it as a random activity of the brain in many ways. Of course, there is nothing random in the brain because it's a very sophisticated mechanism, biological mechanism, which has some reasons to act like it's acting, but uh, there is no any uh, other very important meaning to dreams, I think. Sometimes my dreams are beautiful, sometimes they are prophetic in a way, and there are some precognitions in these dreams, but I think that those are dreams which are accidentally the same as everyday situations, accidentally. The most important part of this sentence. uh, is it possible to live a normal life and not ever tell a lie? Is it possible to live a normal life and not even ever to not ever tell a lie? Of course, we are lying in social situations to avoid uh, problems, to avoid unnecessary um, conversations, to avoid unnecessary troubles. But most of these lies are not important generally. Uh, the problem is when you are a politician, when you are uh, a doctor, I don't know, a scientist, then you have to be uh, you have to say truth all the time, but on everyday basis you can lie and it doesn't matter too much. uh, I think. Okay, so I don't think that normal life in normal life there was a movie by Ricky Gervais uh, about lying. I don't remember the title of this movie, but it was great comedy when suddenly someone is speaking only truth, what he's thinking, and so on. This is great example of why it's generally not possible to create this kind of life, to live this kind of life even. Uh, of course, comedy is not proof of anything, but it's it's philosophical deliberation about the problem and so on. Uh, okay, let's go with another one. Uh, are there any questions from from my audience. Um, does a person's name influence the person they become? Um, Maybe. In some subtle psychological way, because of some cultural history of this name. I don't know. Maybe someone is taking this very seriously, and then it can influence your life. What should be the goal of humanity? What should be the goal of humanity? I don't know. First of all, we don't know what we are. We don't know what is around us, what the reality is. So for me, the main purpose is how this fucking shit around us is working. What is it? What is it precisely? Uh, what what is what is what is consciousness? What is brain? How it works? We should answer these questions uh, to to know where we are precisely. So first of all, we should answer the question who we are and where we are, and then we can create some reasonable goals. If we could become immortal on the condition you would never be able to die or kill yourself, would you choose immortality? Uh, Once again, if you could become immortal on the condition you would never be able to die or kill yourself, would you choose immortality? I don't know if it's a good option, really. Uh, to be an eternal entity. It's not the best option probably when everything dies and you are not dying. So I'm generally fan of Aubrey de Grey and his efforts to extend human lives to the limits, to live 200, 300, 400 years. It would be really interesting to create these opportunities, but eternal life, it's scary in a way. So I don't know if I would choose that option. But if there would be other conscious beings, which are conscious entities, which are which which will not die as well, it would be a different situation, because what for this eternal entity would live for if there would be nothing around us? So if you are immortal and you have to disposition whole universe to play, then it could be fun. But if you are eternal, the universe will end, and you will be still there, and it would be terribly boring to be in this kind of position, of this kind of situation. Let's go another one. What actions in your life will have the longest reaching which actions in your life will have the longest reaching consequences? How long will those effects be felt? Um, the longest reaching consequences in our life have actions which are connected with our health, for example. There's many of this kind of actions. So if you are not caring about yourself, you can shorten your life 10 years, for example, 15 years. So it has long-reaching consequences, longest-reaching consequences. So there's many of this kind of situation. If you are not a good student, for example, and you will not finish any good school, you will suffer with consequences of these actions from your childhood, so adolescence, and so on. Those are long-lasting consequences of actions. But generally, we have to be careful with our actions, and we have to be very patient with taking actions, and we should be very focused all the time, because every situation can bring us something which we didn't expect on the first place. So this is my thinking about this problem. How long will you be remembered after you die? We are in these strange times. We are living in these strange times when everything is documented. There's a lot of methods of documenting our lives. So we are first of all on photographies. We are on social media. We are documenting our lives in quite reasonable, quite good resolution, let's say, time resolution, and resolution in sense of DPI and so on. So it will last much longer than our physical lives. So we'll be remembered a long time. So it can be hundreds of years. So as people are from the history, of course, now we have 7 billion people, or even 8 soon. So not everyone can last so long and be remembered. But in general, we can be remembered very long time. How long will you be remembered after you die? It was these questions. If a child somehow survived and grew up in the wilderness without any human contact, how human would they be without the influence of society and culture? There was this kind of kids which survived this kind of childhoods, and we know that they are not very human in many ways. So they are disabled, and they are not. They are functioning in a very different way than we are functioning. So culture is a huge part of our humanity, I think. So the whole life in wilderness is creating a wild human being. Let's say we are more animal than, if you don't have language and you don't have knowledge about the world, and you don't have knowledge about physics and so on. Everything everything is influencing your consciousness. So your humanity depends on your culture. We are very social creatures. Where does your self-worth come from? Where does your self-worth come from? So generally, when it's the same question a little bit like about what is art. So in the social level, uh, everything is determined by society, and society is describing what is art. It's deciding by many means, by art institutions, by many subjective opinions, which are uh, we are adding these subjective opinions in some democratic choices. So the worth of an object is determined by social factors, and the same is with person from social perspective. But we should live an independent life. We should live the inner life just like we would have inner life in the wilderness, precisely. So our self-worth should came from inside, not from outside. This is my point of view. I have been in so many some critical situations in my life when people around me were describing me in some horrible way, which were very different than my feeling about myself. That's I Then I decided that I will not give a fuck anymore about any opinion about myself. I will be totally separated from opinions of others, and you can train this mechanism in your brain. You can. This is a skill. Skill of not giving a fuck is very important skill in your life, because social life is very difficult, and you should always care about yourself. You should be loving yourself and your self-worth in unquestionable. Uh, this is not a social thing. You are worth everything. Your life is without price. This is very special situation that you are existing, that you are self-conscious. This is very unusual in the universe, as we know. So you can't just don't give a fuck about other people. How would humanity change if all humans' life expectancy was significantly increased? Let's say to around 500 years. How would humanity change if all humans' life expectancy was significantly increased? Let's say to around 500 years. Oh, it would be very different, because this accumulation of knowledge would create more complex situations. So technology would be much better if there would be people which would have this very deep knowledge about technology. Everything would be deeper in a way. History would be different in a way that everything would be remembered better, and so on. So if people would live longer, everything would be more complex and more interesting, I think. Okay, where do you find meaning in your life? The meaning of my life is creation. writing, drawing, and theories about how my brain works, how my mind works. Those are the most interesting things for me, because I don't have any partner, so I'm not focused on love. My way is focused on art and theories about how mind works and so on. This reaction to the discovery of extraterrestrial life. It would be shock, and there would be, of course, two kinds of reaction. One, it will be that one people would be terrified, others would be very open and interested. But even thinkers like Stephen Hawking had he had this opinion that we should never show our existence in the universe, because if there are some other civilizations, if there is an extraterrestrial life, they should never find us, because they can be dangerous. I don't share this opinion. I think I do believe that if consciousness is advanced, if intelligence is advanced, this creates if intelligence is advanced, it creates consciousness which is open to experience. So, and this doesn't mean that it should be connected with aggression. There are people which think that intelligence is an aggression, but I can't see it in that way. I really don't. But it's a long discussion about this. But the main reaction would be fear, because as long as I am observing social situations, fear and negative emotions are the most common reactions. They are the most easily spreading memes. So fear and I don't know. Mostly fear, probably. But I would be very interested in this kind of situation. I hope one day maybe there will be some interaction with some extraterrestrial life. Of course, it's a very low probability of this kind of event, but I would love to witness this kind of situation. Because it would change everything, because we would know so much more about everything which is around us. Okay. Will religion ever become obsolete? I think this is the time when religion is obsolete. I'm an atheist. I think that religion is unnecessary. I think that religion is false. Every single one is false. And we don't need it. We simply don't need it. We have our own minds, and we have our own experiences, and it's enough. It's enough. We don't need masters. We don't need any churches. Of course, we need each other, but in the way that everyone is equal in this social equation. So the most interesting religion for me is Buddhism. I like Theravada tradition. It's a nihilistic tradition in that way that there is no self. The most the only eternal thing is emptiness in a way. That's emptiness in the sense that there is no essence to anything, permanent essence, and this is why one of the most this is the most deep. I don't know how to say it. This is deep. This is deep philosophy. Philosophy, not religion. In this, I don't believe in mythologies. I don't believe in gods. I don't believe in life after death. Those are religious views. But when it comes to personal experience, old traditions can have something to say, something important to say. But anyway, psychology and brain science, now neuroscience, can tell us a lot. They can enrich this point of views. So we should use old psychologists and new psychology. But religion is interesting from one reason for me, because there is a place for creativity, which there is no place for creativity in other human activities. We are not so interested in art. So, okay, let's say religion creates this situation when we can explore states of mind to the extreme, and this is interesting. And this should be mind should be explored in an extreme ways, and religion creates these opportunities. For example, to meditate along months, days, and so on, and then you can really know how can you influence your mind. And there is no other place in culture to do that. So if you are an artist and you want to deepen your experience, it's not easy to do in our society, because you have to make money, and nobody cares about art, nobody cares about your inner experience. So there's no place for that. In religion, there are circumstances in monasteries, for example, when you are a monk, you can deepen this experience in a way in which you would never do that in everyday life in European countries, for example. In my opinion, religion. Oskar Chmioła is expressing his opinion. Oskar Chmioła. In my opinion, religion is not a choice. In my opinion, this is related to your sense, death, and hope. If you associate these things with biology and physics, then materialism is your religion. Materialism is not a religion. This is not a religion. If someone if someone just injure your frontal lobe, you will be stupid, and this is not. This is experiments. This is very, very simple. If someone will, injure your eyes, you will be blind. It's very simple, and this is not religion. This is fact. If you this is physics. It's not a religion. I know that physics is complicated, and it's quantum physics is very these spooky actions on a distance, and superpositions and so on. This is like some crazy story, but it doesn't mean that nothing exists at all. That everything is, I don't know, subjective. That we believe that we are existing. That I don't think so. Anyway, religion is a choice. It's you are, if you are a thinking person, if you are if you are analyzing things, this is a choice. If you are believing in gods or not, this is simple philosophy. If you are choosing to have this conviction that believing is important or not. No, religion doesn't have anything to do with facts. Those are not facts. When you are believing, okay, it's a fact that you are in the state of mind when you are mistaken your thoughts as a truth, but your gut exists only in your brain, and this is the only place your gut exists. Your brain. And this is a fact that you are believing. Yes, this is the only fact about religion, that you have this strong conviction that something exists. You can believe in ghosts, you can believe in aliens, you can believe in whatever you want, but we always need a proof. If you could teach everyone in the world one concept, what concept would have the biggest positive impact on humanity? One concept. Critical thinking. I don't know, logic, how to call it. One concept. One of the most important factors which influence science, it was seeking of proofs of something. So experiments and okay, so not even logic, not even reasoning, not even thinking, but experiments. Experiments change the way science is started to working. So without experiments, we need proof and experiments to believe in something, to be convicted that something is truth. So this is one of the most important uh, you have to have reality tests. If something doesn't work in reality, it doesn't work at all. If you think something, it doesn't matter anything. It doesn't mean anything. Your thinking doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. You can have many convictions, but if there are no actions connected with that believing, if there is no, you can have many theories, but if they are not working in real life, it doesn't matter. You can easily, you should be learn to easily forget about them. Experiment is the most important thing in science and in general. Is suffering a necessary part of the human condition? What would people who never suffered be like? I think that everyone suffers in some way. This is our nature. It's not about pain only, because pain is, of course, pain is very, very physical pain. It's a very important factor, but there are other types of suffering. So psychological suffering is maybe even worse than physical pain, because physical pain, you know which part of your body is in pain, and there are ways to fix it. But with psychological pains, this is more complicated. But with psychological pains, I think that those are mostly social things. So Sartre had this. This is the quote from Sartre, that society is a suffering, or something like that. So people around us are creating problems for us. How do you feel? Oskar Chmioła. How do you feel? In any case, faith is also a good tool. You can update your status quo, surpass your ego, and open yourself to what you don't know. In addition, you can finally forget about yourself. You can finally believe in others. Faith also has good points. Of course, faith has many names, and this faith can also be dangerous. There is nothing good about faith, really. You are confusing few things, in my opinion, Mr. Chmioła. First of all, you can forget about yourself always. You don't need a religion for that. You can trust others to some extent always without religion. You don't need religion to trust others. You don't need religion to be social. This is totally out of religion. This is so. And how do I feel? Well, it doesn't matter how I feel. I feel perfect all the time. It's not connected with religion. I feel perfect because I am alive, because I'm healthy. It's good feeling, you know. In any case, faith is also a good tool. Yeah, this is mainly a good tool to manipulate people, and that's all. You don't need religion to. Okay, and this is the point. Surpass your ego. This is the one of the most dangerous points of religions, that you have to surpass your ego or dissolve your ego completely. This is wrongly understood, in my opinion. You you don't have to sacrifice yourself. You are, in my opinion, you are always on the first place. If you are safe, if you are healthy, and you are in a good shape psychologically and physically, you can help other more than if you are sacrifice. I don't know how to say it. You don't have to sacrifice yourself anyway. You don't have to forget about yourself. You don't have to uh, just do whatever you want, but don't be pain in the ass for other people. That's all. It's very simple. You don't need God. You don't need church. You don't need other people. Be just be normal, cool guy, and that'll be okay. I think that religion is mostly dangerous. I don't ask Miała. I agree you don't need to. However, people are different and some may need it. You close everyone in your view, give people freedom. I don't I don't say that you don't you have to stop belief. You can do whatever you need, but religious people are in Poland, for example. Now we have fascist religious fundamentalism. We have religious fundamentalism. If the religious people are trying to convince not religious people, atheists, that they should not make abortion or something like that. This is a you know, this is, they are trying to influence my private life and my decisions. I don't agree with that. You should, if you are believing, I don't give a fuck about that. Just do it. I don't care. Oskar Chmiola is in his house. He's doing whatever he wants. I don't care. He can make many performances about that. I don't care. Just don't try to convince me that what you are thinking, what is only in your head, should be important for me. Just, I don't give a fuck about that. And I'm creating life, for example, not to convince you to stop believing, even if I think that it would be good for you. I'm creating it because I am just saving my life. It's some kind of performance. I'm just saving my opinions for myself mostly. Does hardship make a person stronger? If so, under what condition and at what point is it too much hardship? If not, what makes a person stronger? I don't hold this view that what doesn't kill you that make you stronger. I think that, of course, difficult situation are creating this situation that you have to learn, and it's good. When you are learning, it's good. So if you have easy life, you will not learn too much, of course. But I think that we are learning much more when we are in peaceful circumstances, when there is when you have a lot of food, when you have you are feeling safely, when there is not too many dangerous people around you, when you are safe, then you can flourish. I do believe that. So in my opinion, uh, of course, uh, the most let's say, you will learn the most if you are in the wilderness by yourself, because you have to survive, and you learn a lot of this in this kind of circumstances. But culture, for example, flourish when you are in a safe place. I do believe that. So I am in this and this I have this position that we need comfort to learn a lot in an easy way. Does hardship make a person stronger? I don't think that suffering is a good religion. I don't think that suffering is necessary. I don't like suffering. I think that we should avoid suffering. I don't like people which are telling me that you should suffer to have more. I think that this is a tool. This is manipulation, cultural manipulation uh, to uh, justify to excuse some horrible things which are going on in our society. So we don't need suffering is not never a good thing. Never. uh, Simple. We are flourishing when there is no suffering. This is my opinion. If we are suffering, we are becoming more animals. We are inhuman. Then we are aggressive. We are antisocial. Uh, so give more to people, and they will be more human, more wise, uh, more. They will be learning better, and so on. So uh, you can't justify or excuse that there are homeless people or suffering people in general uh, by telling that suffering is making them more noble or something like that. Okay, I'm a little bit tired, so it's almost 1.5 hour now. But let's stay longer. Maybe something interesting will happen. So maybe last 10 or 15 minutes more. Okay. Next question. Would things get better or worse if humans focus on what was going well rather than what's going wrong? We should be aware of every mistakes which we are doing. We should be aware of. We should be focused on everything. We would be. We are now focused only on the what is going well, because we are so blinded by our technological uh, our technology in general, and we are so happy with our computers, with our cars, and so on, and we are focused on that. But there are consequences of that. So we can be focused only on what is good. This is creating distraction in general, because we don't. If you don't see this trash which you are creating, this how many uh, how many waste you are creating, you will be not aware of what kind of bad situation you are creating. Okay, I'm a little bit tired already, but okay, let's go. How likely do you think it will be that humans will last longer than 1,000 years without killing ourselves off? Uh, I don't. I believe that a military conflict is possible, unfortunately, and 1,000 years of peace in when it comes to humans, it's very improbable. Uh, I think so. Something will happen someday. You never know from where it will come, but something will come. There is a global warming now, and there will be many problems because of that. People are in the bad condition, will be in very bad conditions, in very bad positions. There will be many difficulties, and these difficulties will create aggression. In 1,000 years, some war is inevitable, probably. But maybe, if you fight for dialogue, it will be not so bloody history. Okay, what do you attribute the biggest success in your life to? How about your largest failures? Um, there are some successes about which I should not talk publicly yet, but there are some. Let's say the biggest successes in my life are connected with my psychological well-being, and this well-being is because of my psychological independence, I would say. So I would describe it as my biggest success in my life. This is the simplest way to describe it. Maybe in the future I will describe it in a more I don't know. There will be more words in the future about that, but okay, let's go with another one. If freedom is simply being able to do what you want, are animals freer than humans? Not exactly. I think that freedom is connected with self-control. Because self-control is necessary for planning. So our freedom is because of our frontal lobes. So we have this inhibition, which is allowing us to control our behavior. So we can influence our futures in a good way. So we can plan our futures, and animals can do that. They are only here and now, and this is very limiting factor. So frontal lobes, it's inhibition, and inhibition leads to more control of your own behavior. And it's not only about frontal lobe, it's about memory as well. Yeah, it's connected with short-term memory, for example, but we have as well this hippocampus, and we can remember things for a long time, and this can create situation when we have more freedom, because we are remembering, we are planning, and then it happens. Animals can do that. So would you want to know you are going to die beforehand or die suddenly without warning? I was answering these questions. Is humanity headed in the right or wrong direction? We are headed to catastrophe right now because we are not caring about natural environment. We are in a good direction when it comes to technology, but we need energy to run this technology, and we have to create new ways to produce energy, which are not influencing our natural environment in this kind of catastrophical way. That's everybody knows that. Does the study of philosophy ever lead to answer or simply more questions? Yes, study of philosophy is leading to more answers. There are answers there, but mostly those are answers like you know that it doesn't matter anymore. You know that something doesn't matter, for example. It is not definite answer, but you don't. You know, for example, that you will not know. You know that you will not change many things, and so on. So there are answers in philosophy, in science. What is the best way for a person to attain happiness? To decide about yourself in a way in which you want to. Freedom of decision making. It's a way to happiness, and generally you have to know your point to know how to make yourself happy. And this is not a full answer, but you have to know yourself to know how to make yourself happy. And this is a long process. Okay, last question. I like this these questions from Conversation Starters World.com, philosophical questions. There's a lot more of them, so I will leave them for another live some other time. So last question is, what's the best way for a person to attain? No, it's if you had to guess, what do you think would be the most likely way you will die? The most likely way I will die, it's cancer, probably. I think it will be cancer. If maybe in my lifetime they will create some methods for, but cancer or heart disease, because those are things which are running in my family, and this is probable that I will have cancer or something with my heart. So far is very good with my health, but you will never know. So okay, this is the last question. Thank you for watching. I will be doing this live streamings in English now. It has a few reasons. One of the reasons is that I'm trying to make my art more and myself more public, more visible. So I'm using more universal language than Polish. Second reason is political reason in a way, because I think that it's a way of it's a protest in a way against political situation in Poland. Polish government is breaking constitution. Polish government is influenced by the church, so it's religious fundamentalism, and I'm not identifying what is doing, so I'm using means which I have, so I can choose my language, for example, and this is like choosing identity a little bit. So I'm choosing more universal identity, let's say, by using English. Okay, so it was even more than I was planning. It's 1.5 hours now. It's a lot of talking. Next time I will do it in the same way, maybe with the same questions from the same conversation starter. It's a good way to make videos. So thank you for listening, and good luck with your life projects and so on. I hope you are fine, and see you later. Hi again, and this is Ratz again. We are starting a second time today because some technical problems. It's because of camera and because of me. So I just touched cable, unfortunately. So I will answer some philosophical questions from the website Conversations Starters World. There is a part of this website with title Thought Provoking, and I answered some questions from this list already some time ago, and I will find this place where I finished last time, and I'll answer more. So I'll be here 1 hour, 1.5 hour, because usually after this time I'm getting to be a little bit tired. What is the best way to train people to see the gradients in the world around them instead of just a simplistic "this is good, this is wrong" view of the world? I'm not... Okay, so first things first. I simply don't know if I agree with this question, with this assumption that black and white seeing the world is very bad. Sometimes I think we should see the world in that way. So this is first thing. But as a person, for example, with some label, uncomfortable label, and when it comes to seeing people in black and white, their personalities, people are at all. People, we shouldn't judge people very quickly, because we don't know everything about them, and there's not too many people which we can judge very easily. So in order to avoid harmful judgment, just take some time before making a decision. That's the simplest way. Just make some... just give yourself some time, and after many interaction with some person, you have the same impression, then okay, you can judge them in this way. But really, but we have biases. We are biased in general, and those are emotional. Those are strong emotions. So it's not easy to fight with this kind of emotions. And even if you know that you shouldn't judge someone, and that even if you know that someone isn't wrong, even if you know if someone is a good person, you still can not fit with them, you can't work with them, and so on, because of some emotions, because of some biases which are deeply rooted in your brain, and because of your personal experiences, and so on. And it's hard to work with this kind of deeply rooted biases. So I don't know if there is a solution for this problem. Simply, we are not good at judging people because our judgments are on this automatic emotional level. It's subconscious, subliminal, and we are doing it like a robots. So it doesn't matter how much logic will you put into this process. Your emotions will be still probably on the first place, because we are emotional machines, unfortunately. So what is not black and white, but our emotions are binary, mostly. So we have these gut feelings, which are very often wrong. So in order to avoid black and white judgments, we should ignore ourselves and trust, and we should trust some logic. But everything is complex. Everything is complex, and it takes time to figure out how everything works. But this simple reflection, this simple thought that everything is complex, should let you to avoid simple judgments. So for one substance can be a poison, for other can be a remedy, and I'm not talking about chemicals now. I'm talking about some actions or about some behaviors. So be very careful. Everyone is different, and in order to know that, just meet as many people as you can. Then you will know more about people. But it's not only about people when it comes to judging. Of course, we are in the social world all the time, almost all the time, but we shouldn't judge animals in a simplistic way. For example, the monkeys are as ethical as we, bonobos, for example. So it's not so easy to say that they are stupid. The same is with dolphins or other this swimming mammals which have big brains. We simply don't understand everything. Or maybe the way to convince you that not everything is black and white is showing you that you don't know everything. So just force yourself to not judge. Is intelligence or wisdom more useful? Wisdom and intelligence is the same thing for me. Everything which is leading you to attain your goals is useful, and you can't tell if it's knowledge which leads you to attain your goals, or your intelligence, that you are smart and fast and quick. You can't just simply put this border between these two things. It's always about brains, but you never know which brain is better. Which of your beliefs are justified and which ones aren't? I simply don't keep these beliefs for which I don't have any proof. So I can have them, but I know that they are only emotions, impressions, imaginations, ideas. Simply, ideas are simply wrong to this moment when you can make an experiment and clearly show that your ideas and your theory was right. So usually our ideas are wrong because we have small brains, we have small amount of data, so our mental representations of problems are not very complex. Of course, our brains are quite fast and they are quite sophisticated supercomputers. But anyway, we need groups of people which are working on with help of supercomputers to model the worlds in the proper way. We are generally wrong. We are full of illusions. And I know that I am wrong very, very, very often, so I don't believe myself in general. What do you contribute back to society? What do I contribute back to society? I have my arts, which I'm giving to my society. To be honest, I'm giving all my life to society if I'm creating my website, my fan page. So I'm documenting my experiences on everyday basis. I'm making this kind of videos. It's contributing to society. So whatever you can tell, I'm giving you everything I'm creating. I'm giving people back. Some people can tell that it's not worth a penny, but I think that I'm giving my best. So just creating this kind of videos, just creating what is from your personal point of view the most important thing, this is contributing to society, because everyone can take from you, can learn from you, even if you are not very bright person. You can, someone can learn on your mistakes. You can be great example of mistake simply. So let's answer another question. What are you going to do with the one life you have? What are you going to do, Luke? So as I said a few times before, I'm going to create all my life, and this is the most important goal for me, and I'm going to create to the end of my life, which you never know when it will be. So this is the purpose of my life. Sorry. Is it more important to help yourself, help your family, help your society, or out the world. As I said in one video before this video, few weeks before, I think, and I keep this. I'm keeping this opinion. Maybe it's not so. Okay, so I think that even if some people are thinking that you are egoistical, that you are self-centered, and this kind of stuff. If people are judging you in this way, they simply don't understand that everything you create someday will belong to someone. Your story will belong to someone, and this story contains a huge amount of information which you digested in your life, and this is this can be very important from some point of view. We simply need to experience to learn something, and if someone is experiencing even on its own, he can share this information in some way someday, and this is contributing to society. So what is usually considered as ethical, or which is usually considered as a very ethical behavior, it doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't have to be the most intelligent way to make contribution to society. Simply your specific individual experience is and documenting this experience is contributing to society, in my opinion. What life-altering things should every human ideally get to experience at least once in their lives? What life-altering things should every human ideally get to experience at least once in their lives? Generally, I think that we should learn a lot. So read as much as you can. This is life-altering activity, because it's changing your mind very deeply. Meet as many people as you can. This is life-altering activity. People are changing your minds. Even if you met some bad people on your way, this is a learning process. It can be dangerous in some way for you, but you can learn because of that. So just be in permanent move. So what life-altering things should... Okay, this was last question. What is the most important goal every person should have? There's no such thing as the most important goal, because there is so many ways in which mind can explore reality, and mind can explore mind. That pointing in one direction is not a good idea. Of course, I have some ideas about what is most important in life in general. So I think that the most important activity of humans is science, and this is the most ethical behavior to know better about world which is around us. But there is so many things to know about our minds, about everything, that I don't think that pointing to one goal is it's ethical. I don't think that anyone know what is the best for us. I simply think that saying I don't know isn't a sign of lack of wisdom or intelligence. Just if you don't know, you don't know, and I think that nobody knows really. What are you capable of achieving? What are you capable of achieving? I am testing my limits all the time, and I think that experiment is the only way you can know what are you capable of. But generally, I think that people are able to do much more than they think they are able to, because people are on purpose limiting their experiences. So because of that, they can achieve less than it's possible. So we have one life, so we should make a lot of experiments with our lives in order to know the world, in order to know ourselves. So by what standards do you judge yourself? By what standards? I'm not judging myself. It's simply I stopped judging myself because it doesn't help too much in your life. I'm judging processes in my head which are still going on. So if I have some goal, I have some ideas how to make something happen, and if this ideas doesn't work, I'm judging these ideas that okay, these ideas, these theories doesn't work very well, so I have to change my mind about something. And this is not judging myself. This is simply judging models in my head. But judging only in this story that this goal is important and so on. But sometimes these goals are not important, and this judgment doesn't matter too much. Simply, I think that people are tortured by their thoughts about themselves. So and generally we can't do too much about what is going on in our heads. I mean, you can be in perfect control almost in this way that you can create this situation when you are comfortable with yourself, even if you are even if you are not thinking very in the best way you can. Just thinking, it happens. It's not a process which you fully control. You have to allow you have to allow freedom in this process. So this is generally a huge change in your life when you can if you can let it be like it is simply. Okay, so standards. By what standards do you judge yourself? The highest standards, let's say. If I'm expecting something from other people, I can be worse than that. What I'm expecting. I'm generally a person which demands a lot from other people when it comes to ethics, for example. If I see that someone have some psychopathic traits, I can live without this person simply. I know I can. I can be on my own. And there is a lot of people which have these traits and doesn't know about it, and they think that they are saints in general. Can human nature be changed? Should it be changed? I'm transhumanist. Transhumanism is all about change. Because our species is not perfect. So I'm not transhumanist in that way that I believe that everyone should be changed. Only these people which want to be changed should be changed. So I am advocate of genetic design generally. I think that genetic changes should be allowed, for example, and if there would be a method to change ourselves in the machines, merging computers and brains, if there would be this kind of method, I would be advocate to do it. Because in my opinion everyone is deciding about themselves, and they should be allowed to change themselves to that extent to which they wish they want to be changed. And that's very simple. I'm about freedom of individual. So if someone is not happy with their body, if someone is not happy with their mind, they should be allowed to change it. Of course, with the whole of safety procedures and so on, but it's only about individual which is deciding about these changes. So this is my philosophy. This is not very original. This is transhumanism, simply, in simple words, in simple sentences. How replaceable are you? Nobody is replaceable. There is only one you. Of course, you can be, I don't know. No, everyone is exceptional. Just you can't replace anyone. It's because we have very individual brains. We have very individual experiences. So nobody is replaceable. Why don't we as a species take more advantage of the fact that we have almost infinite knowledge available to us? We don't have infinite knowledge available to us. This is the problem. This is the main problem. We have only our 5 senses. We are, of course, trying to extend our senses by mathematics, by some scientific progress and special machines, spectroscopes, and so on. There are many methods of extending our senses, but generally we are limited. So our knowledge is limited. And even our physics is limited. But not everyone can take advantage of what do we know to this point. So not everyone is able to do everything. People just should do what they love to do and what they able to do, and that's all. But it's hard to judge. What 2 questions would you ask to get the most information about who a person truly is? Just asking about the main goals, but people have hidden goals. They are not honest. So, and we are making a lot of subconscious. There's a lot of things which we are doing because of accidents, because of randomness of life, of everyday life. So even if someone is telling us that have some goals, he can live very different life. So even that's why we generally shouldn't believe people if they have some ethical declarations, because you never know what they will do. People are changing mind all the time. So if someone tell you that you are such and such, you shouldn't believe him as well. Simply, there is no such thing as stable self, which doesn't change. Brain is changing all the time. So. And there is no such thing as stability, something which doesn't change, never change. So so people are learning machines, and we are, because of that, learning all the time. So we are different people. We are every day different personas. Where we have some duties in society, and in this sense we have some acting to do. We are pretending that we have stable personalities, but we are changing all the time. Some people believe that if life has no purpose, then there is no reason for living, while others think that if life has no purpose, that frees a person to find, create, and follow their own personal purpose. Which is a more valid point of view, or are they both equally valid? No, they are not equally valid. Life is worth of sustain just because it's life. For me, it's very rare to have a living organism. Just respect that fact. It's very rare. That's why you shouldn't kill yourself if you don't have any, if you don't see any purpose. I would say that if someone doesn't have any purpose in life, the life should be easier for him, because he can follow the goals and orders of others, and can be very useful then, because goals of others can be their goal. So if someone is telling you that there's no purpose, he clearly has some purpose, because he can't follow he can't follow the orders of others. So he probably has some purpose, hidden purpose, but he can't. He doesn't know how to make it happen. Just I get this idea at this moment. I don't know if this is the best answer, but freedom is generally difficult. Freedom, and because you have so many choices, like in a supermarket when there is too many products, you don't know what to choose. Does absolute power corrupt? Absolutely. Yes. Power corrupts, and I agree with that. That's why there should be not allowed to give people too much power. Why do we judge ourselves by our intentions, but judge others by their actions? It depends who is judging. I'm judging people by their intentions, because this is the most important. We have to know full story on emotional level, full story on historical level. We have to know we have to know the context to judge, but generally things happen, and judging is not the best option. What activities cause you to feel like you are living life to the fullest? Just as I said a few times, if I am creating, I'm living my life to the fullest, because my brain is all the time creating, and I think that I should show that to other people. Does knowledge have intrinsic value, or does it need to have a practical use to have value? Yes, I think that practical use is the most important function of knowledge. But anyway, probably there are types of knowledge which doesn't have to have too much practical, or hard to explain how it's practical to know something. Like, for example, with art, it's hard to explain people why art can be developing activity. developing for the viewer, for example. It's probably very difficult to understand for many people, but I will not try to do it in this video. Just let me close it in a few simple sentences, that art is developing your imagination, and your imagination is developing your intelligence. That's the simplest way to put it. Does knowledge have intrinsic value, or does it need to have a practical use to have value? Okay, another question. What would you genetically change about humans to make them a better species? That's a great one. No, brains are on the first place, so I assume that faster processing of information would be a reasonable goal for if we could change the brains. So, and storing more informations would be a reasonable goal. So those are main two goals. But you never know how it will work, so it would we should by trial and error we should try testing it. But it's genetics and genetics is very complex, so it's not easy to know. So beside brains, we could have more fingers, more hands, more legs, maybe. Maybe it would be beneficial for our species, but we can evolve in the direction of better tolerance of cosmic radiation. For example, we can evolve in the direction of tolerance for some environments, so some cosmic environments which are more common in cosmos generally. But from my point of view, changing us into machines would be the most beneficial, because then we have full control of this process. With genetics, of course, we have control, even now with CRISPR-Cas9 technology, but we still don't know what some genes are doing. So this is limited freedom at this moment. How important is play in living a healthy and fulfilling life? Playing is learning, simply. So, and this is the most important activity. So play all the time. Sometimes I'm using this sentence, don't play, but because people are playing these mind games, these stupid mind games which are putting others down. I don't like it at all, because it's damaging people in many ways, because people are sensitive in general. We shouldn't do that. But play like games, for example. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good. We can do it, but generally, it's better to play practical games. I mean, life is a game, in a way. and we can play games which have more practical sense. So, for example, playing the game of science is very useful, in my opinion. Okay. What do you think is the most worthwhile place to find meaning in life? Work, family, hobby, religion, philosophy, helping others. Those are circles. I've been answering this kind of questions. So, what is the biggest waste of human potential? We are wasting human potential all the time by judging people at schools. People have low self-esteem because of schools. So if someone have low self-esteem, this is a huge waste, because they are not doing what they want to do, what they can do, and this system generally is creating a lot of waste, because people are thinking machines, and they are thinking a lot about very important stuff, but nobody knows about it. So it's about making so-called average people, which I don't believe in. That there is such an entity like an average people, but if there is something like, let's say, for the use of this talk, so it's about making an average people and intellectuals. I think that everyone should be intellectual in some way. Everyone can solve big problems, and they don't know about it because they are not trying to solve big puzzles, and they should, because you never know where is the solution of big puzzles. And I'm not talking about crosswords, or I'm talking about real life problems. Okay, is a life that focuses on avoiding pain and seeking out pleasure a good and worthwhile life? Why or why not? It's not about pleasures only, but it's a great motivation, pleasure. Does jealousy have value in driving humans to improve themselves, or is it a purely negative emotion? I think it's negative emotion, because if there would be no other people, would you stay and do nothing? You would do a lot. I think that people should compete with themselves. You should compete with yourself, and that's all. Because you don't have any influence on. You have very low. We have a small amount of. Okay, how to put this into the words? You can't change everything in your brain, so you can't influence your performance in a great way. Only to some extent. There will be always better people than you, but better people only in simple tasks and very well defined tasks. But there are tasks which only you can do. So there are things which only you can do, and there's no comparison. So you should do precisely what you can do. What percentage of your life do you feel truly alive? When do you feel that way? How can you feel that way more often? I am the most alive when I'm creating, and I'm repeating myself, of course, but I'm just describing myself by this questionnaires. What do you think your future self will remember about you now? My future self will not remember a lot, because I know that I don't remember states of my minds from when I was teenage, for example. Of course, I know emotional background, but my knowledge was very limited then, so it was very different thinking. So I just remember the emotions. What do you think your future self will remember? Okay, know the self is an ancient concept going back much further than Socrates, and is at the root of much of philosophy. With that in mind, what are the most important things to learn about one's self, or is all self-knowledge equal? You have to test yourself on many ways to know about yourself, because there is so many ways to do make you. There's so many. Okay, it's like you can't. You don't know how you will behave running 100 meters unless you will try. And as we know, we can change our behavior by running every day, for example. So it's only about so you have to try every way and later decide which way of being yourself is the best for you. But there is no such entity as you, so we are changing all the time, so we are shaping ourselves by choosing our goals. Okay, what do you think existed before the universe was created? I think there was some other universes, and I don't believe in beginnings and ends. It's just eternal stuff, but I can be sure about it. We are even this notion of beginning and ends is because of our idea of time, and maybe there is no such thing as time at all. Maybe this is false dimension, which is only in our heads. So I don't know, but beginning it's not on the list of my favorites. We know that there was an explosion, the Big Bang, but we don't know what was before Big Bang, and we don't know if it was the only event of this kind. Maybe there was more. Maybe there was no there was something before Big Bang. It, if it just I can't imagine otherwise. Maybe if it well, if universe is doesn't have an end and it's accelerating its expansion, maybe the same is with direction, it's backwards direction in time, so maybe it was eternal. I don't know. Maybe it was just the eternal process. But I like the idea of multiverse generally. So if there was no of our universe, there were other universes. Is math something that humans created or something we discovered? Is looking at reality mathematical and accurate representation of how things works? I like this question. I'm thinking about it a lot, but I think that math is another language in which we are describing the world. But people are creating things, and we are rooted in reality. And if we are creating something, it's only changing the form of something from which we are made of. So even if we think that mathematics is our invention, it's shaped by environment and evolution. So that's why it's working very well, because it's well fitted. This language is well fitted. This phenotype of ours is fitted to environment. But I like to describe it in that way that physical world is physical. It's physics, and the best language to describe this physics so far is mathematics, but physics is on the first place, and simply we can't know everything just because of mathematics about universe. We simply don't know everything. Because there are many mathematical models that are not fitting reality every time. So it's only a language, very effective language, very good language. I don't believe that universe is mathematic. Maybe our brain is in a way mathematic, but mainly it's biological, and this biology has some rules by its working. This brain is in reality by which have some rules by which it's working. So physics on the first place, later brains, and brains are creating mathematics, and those are connected. Everything is connected, so that's why mathematics can work very well, because evolution and so on. But the universe is physical, not mathematics. Is it possible for human to fathom the true depths of reality and existence? I don't believe that we are discovering the truths about reality. We are discovering the truths about ourselves and in our environment, and we simply our models are too simple to describe fully what is around us. I think we have this meta knowledge of that we are limited, and that's a lot. But of course, I'm not saying that we can't discover anything, but we can't discover everything. So we have limited models, and that's all we can get. Because there is, in my view, this paradox of making models. In order to make fully truthful model, you would have to simply copy something about which you are creating theory. 1 second, I will answer some friend which is calling now. Okay, if the universe is finite, what would be on the edge of the universe be like? I don't have fucking idea what is beyond. There can be nothing. There can be something more complex than this universe. I think that if we if we assume that we are that universe is a simulation in a computer, then beyond universe there is some computer which is computing our universe, and this can be like matryoshka. This can be like a matryoshka, computer in computer, so universe in universe and universe. There's complex physics and there is no basic physics. I don't know, I like this kind of visions because as I said, beginning and the end are too simple for that. I don't believe that it can be so simple. What is the best path to find truth? Science, math, art, philosophy. Discovering truth is never-ending process, and I'm calling it science, not art, not math. Science is a process of never-ending discussion about reality, and that's all. It's never-ending discussion in many languages. One of them is mathematics. As more and more is being discovered about quantum physics, we become less and less able to comprehend the nature of reality. Is this something temporary and our minds will adapt and begin to understand this new reality, or is it possible that the human mind will soon reach its limits of comprehension? If it's only temporary, is there is a limit to what the human mind can comprehend? If we are reaching our limits, how do we continue to study our reality? We will have problems with theories about reality all the time. will be evolving to resolve these problems, because resolving these problems are useful for us. Knowing physics is useful for us. So it's the only way to evolve is to know more about physics. Of course, evolution doesn't have any directions, strict directions. It's only about surviving, and I don't know if knowing about physics is the best adaptation, because of our knowledge we are destroying our planet, for example. So it's not so clear to me that it's the best direction. But if we want to know more, we should evolve into being as better supercomputers, simply, which can compute more informations. As more, okay, it was these questions. But I think that it's temporary. Every problem in physics is temporary. Okay, temporary, because if we will change our form, if we evolve, for example, to that extent that we will have more senses, because of technology, for example. Like, for example, recently we have found gravitational waves, and it's like having another sense, another organ to detect them, and we can know more about physics because of that. So if we'll be evolving in that direction, we'll know more, and we'll have better theories. Is there inherent order in nature, or is it all chaos and chance? I don't know. Maybe laws of nature are only temporary, like that. Maybe everything is changing all the time. Maybe universe itself is changing, but as far as we know, there are stable values. If you read, for example, Max Tegmark, he's very in a very nice way he's describing all stable values in all stable values of which are stable in the universe, which we know so far. So, but maybe there is much more to discover, and maybe fundamentally everything's temporary, and everything's fundamentally changeable. What in life is truly objective and not subjective? What experimentally works is objective. What doesn't work is subjective. Is happiness just chemicals flowing through your brains, or something more? Yes, happiness is chemical reactions. Those are chemical reactions in our brains. Yeah, this is mainly chemistry. There's nothing else in ourselves than chemistry and the biology of brain. But we have this meta level, and our brains, because of those are machines, supercomputers, which are learning all the time. We need constantly new stimuli to fulfill our needs of exploring. So happiness is happiness can be attained when you discover that there's no end to this process of making yourself happy. We are humans so susceptible to magical thinking. Why are humans so susceptible to magical thinking? Because everything is so complex, so we have so little of knowledge that sometimes we think that something random and stupid will work. It's like if in ancient times someone had stomach problems, some doctors could prescribe patient a random diet that maybe someone will something will help you, so eat everything, and it has some sense at that time, because in random places there are different chemicals which could be a cure by chance. So if someone ate fruit which he haven't ate to that time, he could take some vitamins because of that fruit, and if he had insufficiency of this vitamin, it could help. So this random diet could help. And magical thinking is something like that for me. That it's random wandering of the mind. We have this. It's very easy to imagine something, and we are confusing our imagination with reality. So it's very easy to confuse imagination and reality, and that's why we can think that our thinking has some influence on everyday life. Okay, next one. If every neuron in a human was accurately simulated in a computer, would it result in human consciousness? Yes, it will result in consciousness if there will be input which will allow this brain to digest information from the outside world. It will be brain exactly as ours. It will be conscious being if it will have input from real world. So it's not enough to create a brain in the computer. This brain in the computer have to have some experiences. So it has to have some senses. It has to have make some experiments to experience and to learn. And after long time of development, like human child, after 25 years, this process will end. But it's never-ending story. So yes, I think that it will be. That someday we will do it. human brain project, blue brain, so-called blue brain project, is a good direction, but there is many problems with this project. There is Brain Initiative in USA, but there are some artificial intelligence projects. Of course, not it's not all about reverse engineering the brain, but in my opinion, this is one of the best way to create artificial human being, to reverse engineering. But of course, if we could extract some rules by which brain is working, artificial neural networks are quite good in making many things which we didn't know that we can we can achieve. Even there are AlphaGo artificial intelligences which are quite good in learning, so we can create some other types of intelligence, and these intelligences if they interact with reality, finally they will become self-conscious, because for me, intelligence and consciousness is the same. The consciousness is simply intelligence which has some there is a lot of intelligence if there is self-consciousness. Simply, if there is an intelligence and there is no self-conscious, is because there is not enough intelligence. I'm putting it in this way. So consciousness is always about intelligence, because if the system isn't self-conscious, it's not too intelligent. This is my logic. Is it possible that some animals are self-aware and think about their ability to think? Maybe. Dolphins, chimpanzees, yeah, they have some metacognition without language. But some bonobos can, for example, bonobos can acquire some language skills. They can learn sign language, and they can have meta knowledge. So they are self-aware of their thinking and their ability to think. Yes. How do you define consciousness? I like definition which Michio Kaku wrote in his one of his books. It's creating model of reality, and this model of reality contains this system which is creating this model of reality. Then it's becoming self-conscious if it's complex enough. So this is very simple definition, and it's one of the simplest I could find, and I think it's enough. Not because Michio Kaku is Michio Kaku, just because it's simply the simplest way. Is it possible to prove that other people besides yourself have consciousness? For me, the self-reports and self-reports are and exchange of information. Those, we are not closed systems. We know that we are built in the same way. I think that it's very reasonable to assume that if someone have the self-reports as you have, he have the same inner very similar inner experiences than you. But we can also assume that there's no such thing as precisely the same first person experiences, because we can see as well differences in brain structures. Every person has his unique brain, and we can read books like, for example, Temple Grandin, books of Temple Grandin, which is describing her autistic experiences, and we know that she's experiencing the world in a different way. But there is no reason to not believe these people. I just don't buy the argument, the idea of zombies. If something is built in the same way as you, and you have these experiences, inner experiences, you can assume that it has the same experiences. This is not false statement. I think if animals have the same brain structures, which probably are results in the same experiences as we have, then animals have inner experiences as well. But we don't know, of course, how consciousness arises precisely, but it's emergent history. It's emergent property of matter, highly complex matter system. Okay. How conscious do you think animals are? I think it's all about amount of. Well, it's about connectome mainly. If there are birds which are very smart, and maybe they are not recognizing themselves in the mirrors, but they are making very, very smart moves. They have many smart behaviors, so they have some meta knowledge about their thinking. So they can be. I don't know how to measure it. There are some ideas about measurement of the amount of consciousness. But I'm not sure if they are the best way. There's level of complexity of connectome. So Giulio Tognoni and Christopher Koch proposed that measurement. It's an interesting one. Okay, heavy stuff. Sorry for my tempo, but it's mostly because of translation. But I'm slow anyway. 1.5 hours. There was no of any viewers, so it will stay on my fan page, and you can watch it. You can listen to it at any point when you will decide that you are in the great mood for doing that. Okay, I'm working tomorrow, so so I have to end it. Thank you for watching this video, for listening it in the future. So take care. Have a fun generally with yourself. Hello everyone. So another live session. I will ask myself more questions, but not only philosophical, just any kind of questions, because these philosophical questions are very demanding. And so to do it more in that way that it's easier to listen to it. So I will ask some stupid questions, and I will give some stupid answers, and later I will ask some interesting questions to myself, and I will give stupid answers. So this is the order of this live event. If you've got some questions, of course, please ask them. But anyway, it's late time. It's night. Most of us, most of you is probably on some party, drinking some beer, or all of you are sleeping simply. So I'll do it anyway to kill some time and have some fun with myself. So as usually, I am using this one website, Conversation Starters World, because they produced a lot of quite random questions, and they are not totally stupid, and it's so I will play with that. I don't know what will happen, as usually. First of all, I will choose type of questions. There is some there are some categories which I have to check. Of course, I should do it before this live event, but I forgot about it. Never mind. Let's see. I'm checking also new options of live videos on Facebook, because this Facebook changed a lot, and it looks different. I don't know how to. Where are the comments of yours eventually? So anyway, if you even I don't see if anyone is watching it, so it's not designed in the best way in my opinion, but maybe I'm used to it. Stream help, video clipping, polls, questions. But what are these questions? Oh, okay, never mind. It will clear up by itself. So let's see. I was interested in this category, question to ask your crush, because in my life there are only crushes. Fun question to ask. Okay, let's go with fun question to ask. What would you name your boat if you had one? What would you name your boat if you had one? Drunk dolphin. Drunk dolphin. The drunk dolphin. I don't know. A dolphin on LSD. Or dolphin on ayahuasca. Something psychedelic. Yeah. Dolphins on LSD and fishes which smoke pot. Yeah, because I like this kind of psychedelic comedy stuff. What's the closest thing to real magic? I've been answering this kind of questions, so I'll leave it. Who is the messiest person you know? The messiest person? I've got this kind of friends, but I will not talk too much about it. What for? This is not good to be a messist. I am very messy. What will finally break the internet? What will finally break the internet? Some government, some dictatorship. I think that internet is going in the wrong direction, because it's starting to be a machine for selling, and it's very now companies are targeting you very well, and they have more and more data about you, so it's an engineering of sales, of salesmen. So we've got this this situation that psychologists, economists, a lot of geeks, they are working to sell your products, and unfortunately they are making a great job. So, and it's showing that the algorithm of of your thoughts exist, because simply now every ad in my uh, Chrome is showing me items which I would like to have, and I bought some of them. Unfortunately, sometimes those are things which I always wanted to have, but I don't need them for real. So it's a very bad direction. If it would help you, for example, learn new things in the same way, learn things which you are interested in, it would be much better. But it's selling you products which you don't really need, so it's manipulation. So I'm not saying that internet is broken as a whole, in totality, in total, but it's broken because it's a machine to make money on customers. So it should connect people, and it should make your life easier, but it's taking advantage of you and provoking to spend money even if you don't have them. So this is not a good direction, and in that sense it's broken already. So there are algorithms which are not working for your good, so this is bad. But the good thing is that these algorithms, which there's other side of this coin, and we can use it in a good way, but probably it will be another product which a huge corporation will want to sell you. So if it will be useful and really will be helpful for you, it will be quite expensive. So I can imagine apps which are simply searching for you in the web, only items which are really helping you, I don't know, get some knowledge which you are interested in. For example, on Facebook, I'm liking a lot of fan pages which are connected to brain science, neuroscience, and so on. But anyway, in my stream, I see a lot of stuff which are not connected to my passions directly. So, and there is a lot of ads which are not keeping me focused. They are simply a mess, and it doesn't work in the way which serve me, but in a way that distract me. So internet is already broken, and it's broken because of lack of connection with other people, or because of lack of real connection. So people are not using it to communicate. It's only one way. It's only one way of communicating. So another thing. So those are usually internet gurus which are only talking and selling you products and so on. A little bit like my lives, but I've got this open formula that if there would be some people which are watching it, and they can ask some questions. Anyway, and most of the internet are videos now which are not interactive. So, but I'm totally happy with how YouTube works, for example. Even not totally happy. YouTube is censoring, for example, removing some videos, and it's not fun. So it's a case like you with this potential dictatorship with which is taking over the internet in some country. So there is a lot of potential ways how internet can be broken, but of course, because internet is it's a dangerous tool because there is so much of an information about us in it, so about people in total. So it's a tool of getting anthropological information about complex behaviors of humans. So it can have very damaging consequences because of that big data, which will be used against us, against our freedom of speech, against our freedom of making our own businesses. So we can imagine if some corporation know about some startups which are competing with them, they can use this data to dominate this startup, for example, this small company, and so on and so on. There is a lot of ways to do it, to use internet in a wrong way. And because this information is open, it will be used in a wrong way. If there would be a situation where, for example, the average user have some money because of providing this information to the web, it would be honest, and it will be justice, some kind of justice, because we are putting this information online and we are not getting anything back, but corporations are making money on this information. So if corporation would pay us some portion of value of this information, it would be okay. So, hi Said, how are you? I hope you are well. Long time no see, generally. If you want to ask some question, just shoot. Okay, let's go with another one. So it's a category of fun question to ask, but I made it a serious question. Okay. What's the most useless talent you have? Most useless talent. I can walk on my hands. Yeah. I am a little bit of an actor, probably, and I consider it as a useful talent. Not very useful talent. So it's useless. You've got one, we've got one. Okay, never mind. I started to read a comment about this question. Never mind. What would be on the... Okay, so fun just ended because my computer is broken, and I see only black screen on my computer now.
Hello again. This time I will use my phone because it's not so disappointing and it's working properly all the time. But anyway, I will not have any questions from this website this time. So we'll just make something with that. So my computer is broken generally. I don't know, something is wrong with the screen or with memory cards or with you know graphic cards. Anyway, I'm not a geek. I'm working on it, but it will take some time before I will figure out what is going on. If you've got some questions, just please ask them. Let's see. No, it's better. I have no bloody idea if this will appear if you ask some questions, but it should be like that. I'm not doing too much of this live events, so I don't know everything. What's up, people? Are you without coronavirus still? If so, I'm very happy about it. I hope you are safe and that you are caring about yourself, protecting yourself and so on, wearing mask and avoiding people in general. This is the time when my being an introvert is working very well for me. Anyway, I'm working in a very busy place, so I've got contact with a lot of people every day, so I'm not fully protected because of my personality type. So let's swim. What can we do today? I will be here, I don't know, maybe half an hour more. Maybe 1 hour. We'll see what will happen with my computer. If there will be no questions, I will not stay here longer because I'm creative to improvise all the time, or I'm just telling it to myself too often. Okay, some questions. Conversation starter. Random question generator again. If you've got some idea what can be wrong with my computer, which is showing a black screen after some time after turning it on, you can just write me in a private message or in a comment what can be wrong. Question to ask your crush. What do you spend most of your time doing? Most of my time, if I'm not working, recently I'm reading a lot. Maybe not a lot, but I'm reading. Yeah, I'm lost in the internet, and I'm drawing, but I'm still not making as much art as I should. So it's because mostly of time, because I've got other things to do, like taking care of myself simply, and there's not too much time generally to do everything. So I've got a long list of books which I want to read, because in the UK books are quite cheap if you are buying it in charity shops, for example. So I've got a long list of books, and I'm not very fast reader. I'm not reading very fast, so it takes some time. Okay, let's see another question. What do you spend way too much money on? I'm spending too much money on tools to make my stuff working. Recently I spent too much money on the phone, smartphone, which was bought, and it was broken, and this kind of stuff are making too much mess in life. If you don't have proper phone and connection to the internet and so on, it's a pain in the ass. And without web, there is without web, there is no normal life now. So, and it's internet is a great way to promote your art in general. So I'm very dependent on that tool. What do you judge people for most often? What do you judge people for most often? Those are moral judgments. I don't like assholes simply. That's if I see some psychopath making money on people, making other people life shit in general, then I'm very pissed off. And if there are psychopaths in public sphere, we usually don't have tools to fight with this kind of people. So there are powerful people which can do a lot of damage to innocent people, and we can't do anything about it. Like, for example, dictatorship in Poland now. You can't do anything about it. Just you can comment, but it doesn't matter. What's your favorite thing to shop for? Why? I like, if I've got money, I like any kind of shoppings, but I like libraries simply. Bookshops, I mean, Waterstones, this kind of places, and of course art supplies. It's on the first place. But this art supplies are so expensive, so it's painful as well for me. Bookstores are better because now you are not spending so much money at once usually. What's something you can do that most people can't? I'm average in everything I do. I can probably listen to people in a way in which people can't do it usually. How do you calm yourself down when you are angry? Oh, I meditate. It's a great tool to make myself calm. Um because life is dukkha in general, so you can be angry. You can be easily annoyed by reality in general. So you can be angry, and meditation is a great tool. But I am a mess. I am moody. Um, so I can try to do something with that, but not always it's work. Not always it's working. What what is your worst getting trolled story? The worst getting trolled. Oh, can I tell this story? I can. So once I can tell it. Just I maybe okay. So I met a girl online, and I was simply uh, almost immediately in love with her when I saw a few of her pictures and have a talk with her. And she scheduled a meeting with me, and she never appeared on this meeting. So I consider it as being trolled, if I'm interpreting this question properly. Anyway, it happens in the web. It happens very often. So it's make you feel that all people are assholes. It makes you feel that you can't trust anyone. Of course, there are friends as well, but people are not so funny usually. What do you find hilarious but most people don't find funny? Jokes about religion in general. Most people are religious, so they are religious in general, so they are not making fun easily of this kind of stuff because they believe in fairy tales, and they can't confess to themselves that they are wrong. They don't like to think about themselves as being wrong. What thoughts have you heard on to, even though isn't popular anymore? I don't know what is fad, to be honest. Fad. F-A-D. Fad. Okay, fashion. I am a dinosaur, generally. I am a dinosaur. I am like someone from 60s, 70s, 80s. I am a mixture of hippie, punk, maybe a little bit of grunge, but I'm a dinosaur. I'm old-fashioned, so when it comes to music, when it comes to what clothes I am wearing, yep. So I'm not wearing sneakers, for example, and sports. I don't care about Adidas, Nike, and so on. This kind of stuff. I'm generally not fashionable, so. What event, small or large, has changed the course of your life the most. Oh, okay. I was I answered this question. Small or large event, there was a lot of them, and I am quite sensitive, so events in my life are changing me quite easily. And events, I mean, interactions of people, those are the most important. And unfortunately, this changes wasn't in a good direction, probably. Because when it comes to interactions with people, I always been quite naive, and I trust too much people, so I usually am disappointed with people, and so on. I'm just not. It's not easy to make me. There is this personality scale, agreeable. I don't know how to say it. Agreeableness. So I'm not very agreeable net. I'm critical, so I'm disappointed with people. But people are assholes very often. What's something that people go on and on about, and you just can't take sitting through? People are going on and on about money and about things which they can't change simply. So those are boring one for me. Because if you are talking too much about things which you can't change, doesn't make any sense for me. I am interested in things which you can create, like engineering, inventing in general, science and art in general. So because you've got a lot of freedom in these domains, so it's a lot of fun for me. And everyday situation, talking about people in general, about their gossips and so on. That's not very interesting for me. Just okay. Next question. What was the last time you tried to do something to look cool and it ended in utter embarrassment? I don't know. I don't remember being embarrassed recently. Sometimes I'm trying to speak English and talk with customers in a way which I think is funny or cool, and it doesn't work well. I'm a little bit embarrassed then, but it's not easy to make me embarrassed. So, what is the most cringe-worthy thing you have seen someone post on social media? Cringe-worthy thing you have seen someone post on social media. When there are some people which don't understand too much in politics, for example. So when I see some fascists, some nationalists, some very religious people which are writing something Those are the most cringe-worthy things. There are naive people. There are more naive people than me. Can you imagine? So there are people which are believing some politicians which are psychopaths simply. What is the most ridiculous rule you have to follow? Oh, there is, in our society there is dozens of this kind of rules. The most ridiculous rule to follow is dress codes, for example. You have to dress in a particular way to make some kind of jobs. This is one of them. There's you can find them all the time in everyday situations. Don't talk to strangers, for example. Everyone is so scared of anyone else, afraid of everyone else. It's so strange. People are not open, and it's almost a rule that you shouldn't talk with other people. So I don't know if this is it shouldn't be like that. What bullets have you recently dodged? Bullet. What bullet did you recently dodged? I'm not okay. I don't know how to answer this question. Have you recently dodged? I dodged the bullet of coronavirus crisis. So I still have got a job, and I can make money, and it's surprising. Many people are losing jobs, and I'm in this happy situation that I've got some job, and this crisis doesn't influence me in a huge way. So I'm a lucky one, and I'm still healthy as well. So it's a good one. What country do you not know the location of, even though you should? Oh, there's many countries of this kind. No, because I am in London, so I'm meeting people from over the world, and I'm huge ignorant when it comes to Africa, for example. But I'm learning now about Africa. So I met 3 people originally coming from Africa, and 4 even. And every time I was confused to talk about their country, and I was very ashamed of this. I would change it for sure, but so I have to make more reading about it. So in our schools in Poland, on history lessons, there was not too much lectures about Africa in general. So it's a shame. It's a shame. It shouldn't be like that. And it's because of nationalism. It's there. We should be. I don't know. I'm cosmopolitan. I don't care about your. Where are you from? But I care more about who you are. So. But I am a citizen of the world. I am considering myself citizen of the world, And that's it. What do you have a hard time with, but most people find quite easy? Oh, I have a hard time dealing with people in general. I feel awkward being among people. So this is it. The most impressive skill you have. I don't know. I don't have some so impressive skills. Sometimes I remember some strange details from my past or something. Maybe it's this one. Some I'm drawing very well, but it's okay. It's not very impressive. Many people are drawing. What's a huge story in the news that you care absolutely nothing about? Everything what is about politics and religion. It's something which, okay, I'm pissed off usually, but and that people care about unimportant stuff so much because it's a waste of energy. That I care absolutely nothing about. I am not so you care. What I do, I care about things generally. If you are a thinking machine, you care about things. Sport. Oh, sport. I don't care about sport. Yeah. About sports, about competition, for example. I don't care who is winning the run. Just okay. Let's question to ask over text. Okay, never mind. Any questions from you? Hey, you. "21 question game." I don't know what it is. 350 good questions to ask from conversations starter words. What weird food combinations do you really enjoy? Sweet and spicy. The social stigma does society need to get over? Social stigma about so-called mental illness patients. I've got opinion that they are not ill. They are simply different. It's not ill. And people should use to it. And they are not completely irrational. And stigma goes in that way that those are people with broken brains and that they can't decide about themselves. This is not true. What food have you never eaten but would like to try? I don't want to answer this question. What's something you really recent paying off? What's something you really recent paying off for my phone? Recent food. What would words populated but by clones of you be like? Oh, it would be terribly boring. Come on. It would be atomized society with some guys which are sitting and drawing for no one. Do you think that aliens exist? Okay, I was here. I was on this side. I was answering these questions. What's the most interesting building? Okay, so I will end with this part, this category. Okay, so maybe this time is good for these 202 philosophical questions. I didn't answer for a lot of them. So okay. Okay, question number 50, 202 philosophical questions, conversation starters world. Why don't we as a species take more advantage of the fact that we have almost infinite knowledge available to us? We don't have this knowledge. We don't know so many things. If we don't know how what are the fundamental rules of universe, how universe works, we don't know too much. We don't know how brain works. We don't know how our bodies work. So our knowledge is not unlimited. Question number 51. What two questions would you ask to get the most information about who a person truly is? At this moment, I would ask, what is your passion? What is your goal? Something like that. Question 52. Some people believe that if life has no purpose, then there is no reason for living. I answered this question. Okay. So I've been here. So I see that I answered a lot of this question. What do you think your future self will? Okay. So it's 66. What do you think is before this? 67 is my son. Okay. Okay, is there? Oh, so I answered almost 80, or even more, 80 something of this question. How would you define genius? Question 84. How would you define genius? For me, genius is a person which can create answer in a fly for difficult question, which can create solution to a problem in a fast and efficient way. Something like that. For now, I can answer like that. There would be many definitions, but there's no such thing as genius. There are moments of genius in our lives. That's like with there is no such thing as a genius, and there is no such thing as a broken and completely stupid person. There are moments of stupidity. There are moments of genius in every one of us. Question 85. There is zero chance that all your firmly and dearly held beliefs are true. So which of your beliefs are most likely to be wrong, and which are most liable to be true? Okay, so answers which are coming from a deep experience are true. Experience, I mean, in real words, I'm not talking about theories about how world works. Those are true, but it's not about beliefs. But I'm not describing my thoughts as a beliefs. I'm describing it as a theories, and of course these convictions which are coming from science, which are experimentally checked, those are true. I'm a scientist in general, so simple consequence of that is that I believe only in what science can say us about our experience. How much does language affect our thinking? I think I answered this question as well, but how much does language affect our thinking? I think that brains affect in general our thinking, and I believe that grammar of our language coming from architecture of our brains. So this grammatic influence the structure of our theories for sure. How much, I don't know really, but I think that in general, if we've got some limited short-term memory, our thinking will be always falling into some pattern. It will be the amount of simplicity. I don't know how to describe it. It will be simple in the same way always. So why are humans? So we can't, because of architecture of our brains, we can't cope with too complex theories. The structure of our language mirror those limitations of our brains. So I think like something like that I would answer in this way in this moment. Why are humans so confident in beliefs that can be proven? When it comes to religious beliefs, we are convinced that they are true because our parents told us that they are true, and our parent, it's probably evolutionally imprinted it in us that our parents never lie to us, because whatever they say, it's about our survival. So it must be true. So if parents of your parents told them that God exists, you will be, and they told you that God exists, you will be believing in God. Unfortunately. So if all your memories were ears, what kind of person would you be? It's question number 88. If all your memories were erased, what kind of person would you be? Curious, impatient, manic sometimes, but deep and slow sometimes. I don't know. 89. Why do humans have such a strong urge to distract ourselves from the real world? So real world is something on which we don't have too much influence on. If we are creating something, we are totally free. We can play with that in unlimited way. So it's like with states of mind influenced by the drugs. We don't have, on everyday basis, we don't have too much influence in what mood we are in. So we like drugs to influence that mood. So the same is, we like to escape from reality because we can change our moods then. So that's why art is so much fun. But we are constantly in the virtual reality which our brains create. So I don't know if we are perceiving a real world at all. Everything is it has some flavor which our brains creates. So question number 90. What is the benefit of consciousness from an evolutionary standpoint? If a machine is aware of being unique and mortal, it's protecting itself more efficiently. The more you know about how rare it is to be alive, and in general, so the more conscious of everything, of your situation you are, it's easier to survive, maybe. I don't know. It's like why people pain is beneficial. Pain is beneficial because it creates this situation that that you have a strong need for avoiding pain. Yeah. Consciousness is beneficial because yeah, you know that you be in that pain and so on. I don't know how to answer this question. Is the concept of you continuous, or does past you continually fade into present and future you? In other words, what part of you sticks around over time, considering that the atoms that make up your body and constantly being replaced and your memories are always changing? Yeah, there is no such thing as a permanent self. I don't believe that self is permanent and everything is changing. Of course, brain is not changing dramatically from year to year. It's changing in a very slow motion, so we don't see these huge differences. But in 10 years, 20 years, we can change dramatically. So there's many factors which influence ourselves. Biological and simply information flows from your brain to your brain and so on. Question number 92. Is it possible that someone's genes might affect the political leanings? If no, why not? If so, what would be the ramifications? Is it possible that someone's genes might affect the political leanings? Yes, there are simply differences among left and right on the political spectrum. There is a book of Mr. West. I don't remember the name of this guy. Political Brain, and I highly recommend it. Yeah, but I don't know what's the percent of this influence. But information are changing our views as well. But I don't think that you can ever make me a right wing. And I think that those are probably genes responsible for that. Question number 93. Can rational thought exist without language? I can easily imagine that you can make some reasoning using only visual representations. So but this visual representation would have to have some grammatical structures to make possible true logical reasoning. So if we define the situation like that, the language is necessary, probably. 94. Would selectively breeding an animal such as dog based on intelligence increase its intelligence over time? If so, how intelligent could dogs become? If not, how dogs' intelligence emerge in a species? Yeah, we can influence intelligence in that way, but the limit is always time. Because if we would have millions of years, we could breed another very smart species. Billions of years, maybe, even. But of course, intelligence is not only in the genes, no, okay. But yeah, we are genetically coded species. So, question number 95: are there limits to human creativity? And the limits is always one, our brain. But we can't see these limits simply. But we are limited. We are quite slow when it comes to looking for a vaccine for coronavirus, for example. We are quite slow. So, but of course, every problem has some solution. But there are not every problem has solution which we can find in a limited time. So, question number 96: why do we resist doing things that we know are good for our well-being while craving things that are detrimental to our well-being? Because many things which are makes us sick are pleasures, and because they are damaging because of damage which is accumulating in time. So you have to drink alcohol, for example, many years, and to have a brain damage. So you don't care about it because you don't understand these consequences. You don't see them immediately. If you would go for a party and the next day you would have a brain damage like of person which is drinking 30 years, you would never go to a party simply. Question number 97: is it be possible for humans to create something completely novel and new that is based on nothing that previously existed? Or is human creativity just rearranging and building on previous ideas? Yes, this is a huge problem that we are thinking in some patterns. Usually we are inspired by patterns which were created before. So this is huge limitations. That's why to be creative, it's good to change environments, good to change people which you are hanging out with, and then you can change in a more creative way the way you are creating solutions. But usually we are playing our games within some frames. So mutations are very slow, because even if you are creating something from nothing, people need time to understand that, and if they understand, they are starting to compete with you, and it's becoming a game, and then there are patterns again which are copied with small mutations. Yeah. And question number 100: if there existed a perfect clone of you, would it also be you? would it act in exactly the same manner as you, like a mirror, or would it act differently? If it acted differently, then would it still be you? At what point would it not be you? A clone, it will be never me. That's it's like with twins. Those are not the same people. They are behaving very similar, but those are two different people. Clones are not are not the same person simply, because uh, you have to perceive the same things to be the same person. If twins would have the same input all the time, they would be precisely the same. But because they are taking other space and time, taking some other, they are not sharing the same place in space time. They will be not the same. Would you be able to tell if time had been altered in some way? I don't think so. We are not good at perceiving time in general. We are not very precise. Our sensors are not giving us this kind of tools to analyze time. We have simple reactions to amount of light. Yeah. So 102, question 102. Your perception of the world is just what your brain constructs for you from the signals sent by your senses. Plus, there is a slight delay, so you aren't even experience the stimulation in real time. What would it be like if humans could perceive what the world is actually like and do it in real time? Also, what are the ramifications of every single person's reality being a little different and unique to them? So, of course, yes, before you realize the nature of some stimuli, your brain needs something like 300 milliseconds before it will be a conscious experience. And I don't believe that there is something like knowing a true nature of the events, because if you have self-conscious system, those are machines, and they are always limited. So these machines will never perceive reality as it is. These machines will always perceive reality as it's useful for its survival. So, like different animals perceive different aspects of reality. Like dogs are perceiving smells better than humans. Humans are having this huge machinery of reasoning, of memory and intelligence in general. But we are limited in other ways. So this picture of the world will be always limited to the because of architecture because of limited architecture of the system of the brains. How to check the difference between the perceived nature of the world of subjective agents? I really don't know how to describe it because we can't simply experience the brains of others, so we can only make some reasoning about this difference, and it will be always limited. But the simple example of it would be like synesthesia. People which are seeing colors of numbers, for example, it's easily to spot them because they are talking about very different experiences when it comes to nature of numbers. They are talking about different experiences when we are talking about experiencing reality as in general. So self-description is a good way to spot these differences, and they can be huge. And it's good to read Oliver Sacks, for example, because he's describing these subjective experiences in a much better way than in some medical descriptions. Okay, let's. Question number 104. Is a sense of humor a byproduct of consciousness or something else entirely? Byproduct. This is a question. Do we need consciousness to perceive sense of humor? Yes, you need. Yes, you. But that's a tough one. Okay, so the only machines which are perceiving sense of humor are conscious machines, which the only machines which we know which are perceiving sense of humor are conscious, and we can suspect that we need consciousness to perceive a sense of humor. Maybe there would be we can create machines which are conscious only of the sense of humor, and I don't know at this point how to answer this question. Okay, last one. It's a lot of time. Question number 105. Are intelligence and happiness tied together in any way? If you are highly intelligent, is it more likely that you will be more or less happy? This is known fact that people which are by our not very well defined measurements of intelligence, people which are theoretically more intelligent, they are less happy in general, because our brains in general more easily are perceiving dangerous situation, how to say that? So 5 times more you can interpret, 5 times more likely you are interpreting events as a root of anxiety than happiness, because it's evolution in action, and bad news are more critical to our survival than good news. So if you are better in surviving, we can say you are spotting these roots of anxiety in a more easily, simply. Probably we can say that. Okay, it was question 105. I'm saying it to know for the future where I finished answering questions. Thank you for watching, if anyone is watching it at all. Have a nice evening, night, and day. Bye. Hi again. So, it would be fun if I would kill myself by accident on live streaming. Let's just see how it looks like online. Because now I've got this crazy opportunity to check it. Okay, doesn't look bad. So I will do what I started already doing in previous live streams. I will answer some questions from conversation starters world 202 philosophical questions. I finished on 106th, I think. So, and this live streaming, it will be a lot of fun because for you, because you will see how I'm struggling with English to find the words and so on. So let's think about question number 106. Human memory has been shown to be incredibly unreliable. With that in mind, how do you know which of your memories are genuine and which have been altered or made up? You never know which are made up. I don't think that our memory is so bad. I know that generally brain work in that way that by constantly repeating our history, our stories, we are sometimes with another turn, another repeats, we are adding something to this story. Yes, it's well-known fact, but I don't know. There are probably individual differences how much we are making up our stories. I don't know, but it's I don't believe that people are making up stories very easily. So I believe that 80% of what we are remembering it's correct, but it's we can check everything experimentally, and we should do it. Of course, I am fan of these opinions that people are not so great as they think. So we should test everything and check everything. And maybe this opinion is delusional, but I do believe that autobiographical memory can be very, very accurate. Of course, memory is not only facts. It's also our feelings about events and so on. So it can influence our memory in a major way, but in a huge way. Another one, 107 question. Different people and different organisms perceive reality in vastly different ways. With that in mind, what is real and what is just our perception of reality? Or does every organism live in its own personal reality? Yes, this is what I'm believing in. I believe that every subjective experience is creating universe at anew. So that I said it few questions before that, answering for some questions before that. We are not perceiving reality as it is. Because we are biological machines, and these biological machines are creating a model of reality, and this model of reality is limited by architecture of our brains of this biological machine. So the image of the world can be alerted by this architecture in a very deep way sometimes, because organism needs only information which are critical for its survival. So we are cutting off huge amount of information. Like for example, electromagnetic spectrum. Perceiving electromagnetic spectrum, it's limited when it comes to humans. We see only some frequencies of light, and simply not every information is important for us. So we don't hear some sounds. Like for example, recently there was this article about sounds made by rats, and rats are making these sounds in this frequency that human ear can't hear it. A human brain can't perceive it. So these rats are living in a very different reality, where there are different frequencies of sound, for example, and there are of course like bats, which are using this echolocation, and there are other creatures which are perceiving light, different spectrums of lights. Okay. Oh, there's a chapter even, ethics and morality, philosophical questions. Let's go. 108th question. When, if ever, is taking a human life justified? I don't think that taking a human life is justified. If someone is dangerous, we can just unarm him simply, and this is enough. Every human brain is a value. Even a psychopathic brain is a value, in this way that we can observe how pathological human behavior can be, and that's why these bad extremes can teach us something. So there is always some we can always make something good from something bad, but of course, if there is no other way to make someone stop killing also, then only killing this person, then maybe it's justified. But if you've got some fascist, which is simply immoral, and maybe this is enough, but I don't know. I think that we have to protect every life, every consciousness, because this consciousness is always a value for our own experience as well. So this consciousness, this brain, so I'm just pacifist, and I think that we should unarm every human being. Just throw these machine guns away. Let's do some, I don't know, monuments out of these machine guns, but not monuments of racists, and it will be fun. Can animals have morals? Of course, animals have morals. Okay. Besides bonobo monkeys, for example, which are very similar to humans, which are ancestors, which are our not ancestors, simply they are evolutionarily close to us, and their group behaviors are even more moral than human behavior, because they are not fighting too much. They are very peaceful species. But even a dog is moral in some way. Even a dog can feel something if dog is seeing that human being is suffering, and it's very obvious that it's happening. Okay, so next one, 110. Without religion, would people become more, less, or be equally morally corrupt? There are this research made that describe behavior of kids, religious kids, and these religious kids were less moral than these not religious kids. So there's a negative correlation between religion and moral behavior. But as everything, we can test it we can experiment with it. But I think it's wrong intuition that religion makes people more moral. Religion is this tool to create divisions in society. That you are religious, you are okay. You are not religious, you are our enemy. So a religion, like nationalism, is a tool for evil, because it's creating opposing groups of people. So it's so religious people are moral within their own group only, and for non-religious people, this group can extend to bigger portion of population. Let's say I imagine it like that. So because we will not avoid of creating groups, because we are species which is living in a groups. So we can just follow some ideas which are dividing us in a more subtle way. But of course, we shouldn't divide people at all. So I have this opinion that every human being is like a sand, simply. It's a teacher. It's a living treasure. So if human was put on trial by advanced race or aliens, how would you defend humanity and argue for its continued existence? This is the same question like how I would justify keeping alive a psychopath or a fascist. Simply we can learn from each other. We can teach each other, and even we can learn something from ants. We can learn something from less developed species, from the species which have less complex brains and so on. Simply, existence is a value, and the more complex life is, the more important it is, of course. But there is no point where there's so much. Something is so simple that we shouldn't care. Anyway, what rights does every human have? Do those rights change based on age? What rights do every human have? For me, freedom of speech, freedom of those are described as human rights, and there's a list of them, of course. So freedom of movement, freedom of to choose country, freedom of speech, this kind of stuff. But do these rights change based on age? I don't think so. As I said, every human being is a treasure, and of course there are people which are arguing that not every single human being is has this enough developed brain. But I remember when I was a kid and I just needed an autonomy in the same way I need it now, and it doesn't change with my knowledge. And so freedom is a basic right on every level. So and every age and so on. So just let people do whatever they want. If they are not killing, it's okay. Do animals have rights, and do those rights extend to all animals? Do animals have rights, and do those rights extend to all animals, or do the rights change based on the complexity of the animal? This is the same as with humans. Okay, we can all be free, but if you are going to eat too much, I don't know, if lion, tiger, or leopards or something like that, I think we should limit sometimes these animals because they are killing us crazy. It's like for Australians birds, it was a huge it was very bad event when cats appear on Australian continent, because cats are so good at killing that they're killing so many birds that there are extinction of some species sometimes because of these cats. So that's why cats should be, not allowed to kill too many of some birds, for example, or rodents, or anything. So some limitations for killing animals. Is justice a human construct, or is it independent of humans? Yes, justice is a human construct. There is no justice in nature, simply. Okay, we can argue that evolution favors cooperative species, for example. We can say that. Again, this cooperativeness is within the species. So ants, cooperation of ants benefits ants. So cooperation of people benefits people, and we are not cooperating with other animals too much. So yeah, in some way, this is a natural law that it's easier to survive cooperative species. But this is not a law, but but it's easier probably. Is justice a human construct? Okay, why do people expect a universe full of randomness to be fair? I don't think that universe is fair or not fair. I don't think that karma exists. Simply, you can be crystally clear, you can be ethically without any sins and so on, but universe doesn't care. People doesn't care usually. There are very good poor people which are living on the street. Let's say, for example, at some point Eckhart Tolle was a homeless person, and now everyone treats him like a saint, yeah? But it didn't have to be like that he made a career. So it's random. It's, of course, people are the root of justice. So if people remember, if people see that other humans are good, so we've got this illusion of karma because of that, because of human potential to remember things. So we remember if someone is psychopath, we will remember that for sure, and it will come back to this person. But it's not a law of universe. It's law of human behavior. With no laws or rules to influence your behavior, how do you think you would behave? It depends. Doesn't have to have a rule. You have to just see people around you behave in some way, probably. But we've got this imagination, and we can extract rule. Even watching animals, for example. And we've got this chemistry, this pheromones which are influencing our behavior, oxytocin, vasopressin, or something like that, and it makes us care for other people and so on. But there are these research programs about feelings, and there are scientists which are believing that emotions are constructive, that we are learning to react to some events in some way. So, and there are some proofs for that. So, I'm not really sure how to answer it. It's good to read, for example, Moral Brain by Patricia Churchland. It's the best book about moral behavior of people, because it's telling this story about brain, but it's telling the story about morality from the point of view of philosopher as well. So it's very well balanced opinion about morality, and there is no answer if we need to have rule or laws. Maybe it's simply like that our culture is making us moral in the same portion. It has the same influence like our genes. I don't know really, but probably genes have more, as always, more to say than our culture. So I think that it's mainly coded in genes, 80% of it maybe. But of course, if you are rising among psychopaths, you'll be not a good person, whatever it means. What's the difference between justice and revenge? Justice is a well-balanced opinion from every point of view. It's objective. Revenge is subjective. It's affective. It's emotional reaction. Justice is like in a court, that everyone is hearing the story, and collectively we decide what can we do with this situation, and who is really a victim, who is really a predator, and so on. Let's go with another one. If it was discovered that personality traits were partly genetic and could be removed with gene therapy, would it be ethical to edit our negative character traits that harm others, like extreme aggression, compulsive lying, or cruelty? There are these tools now to edit genes. It's called CRISPR-Cas9, for example, and we can do it at this point. So we can spot these genes which are responsible for very particular behaviors. Theoretically, we can do it now. Okay, maybe we don't know very precisely what every single allele of genes is making, but approximately we know which genes. So let's say that we can do it. Is it ethical to edit these genes? I think that every DNA, every genome is owner of this genome have ownership of this genome, and he can do everything he wants. This owner can do everything she wants to do with it, and I call it freedom or morphological freedom, as some transhumanists are calling it. So I can change my DNA in the way I can. I want. I can and I want. But when it comes to society, which is deciding about my genes, that's something which is totally not allowed in my brain. Simply, it shouldn't happen. So only the person which is the owner of the genome can decide about its own genome, but never there shouldn't be this situation that other people are deciding about your genome. Because there can be thousands opinions about what aggressive really means, and it's a long discussion which is always influenced by power, by politics. So it shouldn't be allowed that others deciding about your genes. But changing your own genome, I think it's ethical because it's you. You can do with yourself whatever you want. Question 119. If you could press a button and receive $1 million, but one stranger would die, would you press the button? And if so, how many times? Oh, this is crazy idea. I would never press a button to kill someone. It's like, it's a question, should you go to Wall Street and kill some millionaire and take his money? No, you shouldn't do it. Nobody should do it. So don't press the button, really. Just type on your keyboard safely, but be sure that pressing any button on this keyboard doesn't causing any death. What would be the most ethical way to give away $5 million? Most ethical way to give away $5 million. I am always saying that the best way to invest money is to invest in artificial intelligence, and I am connecting it with ethical behavior because I think that creating real artificial intelligence in medicine, for example, would solve many problems. It's happening already that artificial intelligence is helping tremendously in medicine. So spending money on artificial intelligence, which is solving problems for us, is the most ethical behavior, in my opinion. But maybe there are better ways. Are people ethically obligated to improve themselves? No. Everyone can do whatever they want, whatever you think is ethical. So there is no obligation. Should alcoholics stop drinking? No, I don't think that he have to. He can do whatever he wants. Of course, it's influencing others in a bad way, but those are his decisions. So there is no obligation. People are free. So is privacy a right? Yes, privacy is a right. Privacy is a part of freedom. Question 123. At what point is overthrowing a government's ethical, considering all the violence revolution usually entails? At what point is overthrowing a government ethical, considering all the violence revolution usually entails? Okay. I'm not sure if I understand this question, so I'll just... So government can do evil things in all the time by causing, for example, low payment for the people. Revolution is very short periods, often bloody periods, which can bring a change for a better. So I don't know if it's better to terrorize society in a long term like governments do, or terrorize governments in a short period of time to make a change for a better. So I don't think revolution is unethical. If government is psychopathic, just remove the government. I'm not saying kill the government. I'm saying change the system. Maybe there shouldn't be a government at all. So question 124. Can morality ever be objective, or is it always subjective? If it can be objective, in what instances? If it's always subjective, how do we decide whose concept of morality is correct? I think that morality is intersubjective. I mean, we are all humans and we all share emotions, especially when we are in the same culture. We've got very similar emotional makeup, and but I don't think that we can easily say if Chinese ethics is better than Polish ethics or something like that. There is no way to say. So but there are elements which are intersubjective. I don't know if it's a word in English, but intersubjective means that you can subjectively feel something, but other people are feeling the same. But because if it's subjective, you share it. You can't prove that you feel it some way. We are not in someone's else head, so it's intersubjective. And because we are feeling usually in the same way, compassion, for example, empathy, those are very similar mechanisms across the world for every human being. So it's collective. So we can spot these people which are behaving in a very unusual way. We can easily spot them because as a species we have very similar ethical behaviors. So it's not objective in the sense that we can easily extract these rules of behavior. It's collective subjectivity, which is deciding what behavior is not allowed. I would say that I would describe it I would describe it like that in this moment. Let's go for another one. 125. Are intentions or outcomes more important when judging whether actions are moral? Are intentions or outcomes more important when judging whether actions are moral? I think that intentions are very important, but there is a lot of religious people which have so many good intentions, and they are making now our world so fucked up. So we have to check ends always, and we don't have a way to say which ends are morally correct always. So it will be always discussion. But I am on this side that we have to look for an objective answers for ethical problems. So if you know that your ethical decisions are based on belief and not facts, not very strong feelings, not if they are based on some scriptures, you have to allow this thought that the scriptures are wrong because they are creating suffering in the world. So it should be judged if your action is creating suffering. So no matter what intentions you have. Of course, it's changing a lot if someone have good intentions. But anyway, outcomes. We have to objectively decide which outcomes are needed, and we need the world where there is reduced suffering in general. Should there be limitation on the right to free speech? 126. I'm saying it's another time here on live videos, on live streaming. I am for absolute freedom of speech. Absolute. Everyone can say whatever they want. There's not allowed to remove any video from the internet. Freedom of speech should be absolute. 127. If it was discovered that most animals were conscious of their existence and eventual death, what would be the ramifications of that discovery? What would be the ramification of that discovery? If it was discovered that most animals were conscious of their existence and eventual death, what would be the ramification of that discovery? I think that a lot of animals is more aware of their existence than we can suspect. And I don't think that it's moral to kill animals at all. So I'm a vegetarian because of that mainly. It's also because of health reasons. But I don't think there's too much of a difference between different species and us. Of course, we've got language and we've got technology and tools in general, but it doesn't make us very different. And the brains are very similar in many parts, so we shouldn't think that we are so much different. Question 128. Should euthanasia be legal? Why or why not? Euthanasia should be legal, of course. We should be allowed to decide about ourselves. So, just imagine a human being which is not able to commit suicide. So, normal human being which is deciding to commit suicide can do it. And people which are paralyzed, for example, can't do it just because they can't technically do it, but they want to do it because there's too much suffering in their life. So, because I think that suffering should be reduced to minimum, there are situations where there is no other way to escape of suffering than doing something to yourself. Of course, I'm not. I don't think it's a good solution, but there are this unusual situation when human life can be cruel and full of suffering. Okay, it was question 128, and at this point I will finish my stream, and it was a lot of fun again. So I'm sometimes doing this live events, and I hope you enjoyed somehow. I'm simply documenting my what I'm thinking about stuff. It's a part of my art. Okay, see you next time. Hi everyone. Another live event. I'll just check how it looks like. So what is this? Okay. So it looks nice. Anyway, this is my office. In this particular, in this place, I'm making my drawings and so on. Whatever. My computer is the most important tool for me. So anyway, I will do what I started already doing. So I will answer some questions from one website, conversationstarters.com, conversationstartersworld.com. So 202 philosophical questions. I answered, I don't know, 106 or something like that. Even no, more probably. Let's check it, because I should do it before this live streaming, but anyway, let's do it now. Everything is spontaneous. I didn't plan to do it, so I just, let's see. Last question was previous live stream. I'm checking previous live stream. Maybe I'll take this a little bit closer. Okay, 108. So last question was, should euthanasia be legal? Why or not? Okay. So next one is 129. If scientists could accurately predict who was more likely to commit crimes, what should society do with that information? I don't believe it's possible to predict this kind of event. First of all, but if it would be, I don't know, maybe we should create a part of the world where only potential criminals could live, and then we can find out if they will be really criminal or not. But people are changing, so, but probably not very dramatic. So I don't know. I just when it comes to predicting someone's behavior, it's always also a question: should we limit someone's freedoms? And I'm not a fan of limiting someone's freedoms. I really don't think that it's a good idea, and that we are good at predicting how people will behave. because mind is chaotical. Mind is so many factors is influencing our behavior that even if you think that you are that's there is some pattern of behavior when it comes to some people. I think that they can dramatically change the way they behave because of some event, because of some book, because of some information. Of course, I had many experiences with people, and sometimes I'm stopping contacting with some people because I don't think they can change when it comes to, for example, the narcissism. So I'm doing it myself. So it's not that I think that they will be always self-centered in that way, but it's just I don't have enough energy to deal with them. So but anyway, the solutions, if you can predict with high probability that someone will behave in a wrong way, the solution maybe will be not prison, but isolation of society, in that way that there is a part of the world where this kind of people live, but they are free. Just simply to avoid situation that they will kill someone, or they will steal or lie. Just maybe we can separate them. But anyway, this kind of questions, I really don't think that there are good answers to them. So it's simply too complicated. So yeah, in democratic societies, this kind of problems are solved by almost just random decisions, because of voting, and this voting has no rational explanation, I think, because like in Poland now we've got a government which is clearly breaking the law, and people are still voting for them. So you can't predict what people will do. So I consider it as a randomness. So but there is no way at this point, I think, to predict someone's behavior, because even if there are some patterns in behavior, even if you are there were some research programs about this, that I've read some article about this, that even if you are even if brain is making one let's say computation, it's thinking about one thing, or preparing action for one type of behavior, and we are making series of brain scans during making this, let's say simple adding, or I don't know, running and so on. Brain every time, with every iteration of this behavior, of this task, is behaving in a different way. So there is no clear pattern. Of course, there are always some pattern, and I am not a fan of opinions that mind is too complicated to predict its future states and so on. But I'm just saying that we are not at this point now. So, but if it would be possible, I really don't know what to do, because it is deciding about someone's lives. So maybe if there is a very, very clear pattern that someone is breaking the rules all the time, maybe we should do with this kind of person something. But if there is only this prediction, just it's not justice when we will. It's like, it's a good example. If you have a so-called mentally ill person, which I don't believe in, that there is such an entity, you can't close that person in mental hospital only because you think that they will harm someone or themselves. Just you are assuming that it will happen, but you never know. And so, in my opinion, mental health patients are prisoners, and those are prisoners of this whole system, I think, capitalistic system. But anyway, it's a prevention which is breaking human rights. So I don't think it should be done at all. So prevention, only after making a crime you can judge someone, in my opinion. Let's move it a little bit closer, maybe, because I don't know how this microphone is working. Okay, I just check how it looks like, because I don't see at this moment. Okay, next one, because everything is working. Next one. 130. Question 130 from Conversations Starter. 130. Do business owners have the right to refuse service to customers? That's another difficult one. There were this kind of cases in Poland, that some companies were refusing to serve some customers, and we can imagine that there are situations, that there are exceptions, that okay. It depends what kind of business. Let's say if you've got medical private hospital, let's say, maybe it shouldn't be legal to refuse a service. But when it comes to only some, but anyway, it's a breaking the law of customer when you are judging this customer, and you can discriminate this person. So yeah, but it's difficult, because it's about freedom. In my opinion, it's about freedom. So business owner theoretically can do whatever they want with their business. But okay, so I would do it like that's this. If you are refusing to serve some customers, it should be very clear that this company is making this kind of judgment of customers, and in consequence it would influence this business in a bad way. So this information should be clear. So if you are not going to serve some customers, this information should be obvious when it comes to your business. So if you are fascist company, just let it be clear that it's fascist company, and you will not have customers. Simply, this kind of solution. It's like I am for freedom of speech. One of the reasons is because, in my opinion, it's better to know how shitty concepts and ideas people have. It's better to know that than to not know that. So, because then you have choice to, if you want to cooperate with these people, because if it's hidden, you can make a wrong judgment in your life. So it's better to know what people are thinking. 131. If babies are considered innocent, when do people cease to be innocent? I don't know what is cease. Okay. If babies are considered innocent, when do people cease to be innocent? I really think that we are so dependent of the context and of the situation and of very random events, chaotic events in our brains, that the amount of responsibility is really, really small. So I don't believe that if we've got some free will, which anyway I think that in some extent it exists, but anyway there is so much going on which is determining our actions, that we are rarely responsible for what we are doing, because kids are doing wrong things, quotations mark, quotation mark. Kids are doing wrong things because they don't know that they are wrong. Adults can do wrong things as well because they don't know that it's wrong, and there are other causes of this kind of events and behaviors that they have to do wrong to survive in some circumstances. So poverty is main reason of crimes, and lack of money and lack of education and lack of perspective of the future. So in that, if you are hungry, you are not making rational judgments. So, and then you can be guilty, but only to some extent, let's say. So you can judge people, but you have to take for the consideration context and and empathy and compassion should uh, should influence your judgment, because human lives are complicated, are very complex, and the reason why people are doing some things are not very obvious. So, question 132. Why do humans often associate beauty with morality? Oh, that's the good one, because I am interested in aesthetics. So I don't think that this connection exists, and that it should exist. This connection exists only in our heads, because beauty, let's say, is connected with pleasure, and let's say good behaviors are creating also these feelings of pleasure. But I don't think that this connection should exist. Moral behavior is it's about making world with less suffering, let's say. And this is not about aesthetics. Yeah. So I don't like this question even. Why do humans often associate beauty with morality? People are associating many different things with many unrelated things only because of some traditions of thinking, or only because of culture in which they grow up. But there is no real connection, and there shouldn't be real connection. But it's too complicated for me to answer these questions, to be honest. 133. If you can save another's life and don't because doing so would break the law, are you ethically justified in your decision? Oh, it depends. It depends what. If okay, yeah. So saving someone's life is always on the first place. But if it would be like that you will be in the prison for the rest of your life, for 20 years, because you will do it. It's obvious that not everyone will do it then. But I hate questions about morality, because really I really think that this kind of answers doesn't mean anything, because in real life we are deciding in the moment. We are making it's very intuitive way. So it's very intuitive, it's very subjective, it's very context dependent. So answering this kind of question is beyond logic, beyond what you think is the best solution, and so on. It simply doesn't work like that. People doesn't work like that. People are not logic. People are emotional creatures, and we can say whatever we think, but it doesn't matter. in the end of the day, like they say. Okay, so I would go with saving another's life, of course, and breaking the law. That's why I'm calling myself anarchist, because I think that anyway, in the end of the day, people are deciding according to their intuitions, not according to the law. Uh, of course, I'm not against law, in the sense that if we are in the group, there should be these laws to follow, but the final decision is always subjective, and it's anarchistic in essence. Are all individuals morally obligated to save another person's life if they are able? What if the person lives in another country? Yeah, this is well-known fact that we are ignoring all the time deaths of others. If we don't see it, if we only see numbers in newspapers, on news, in TV, and so on. I really don't think that every single human being is personally responsible of everything what is going on the world. There are people which we are calling governments, and they are responsible. There are corporations which have huge power over the world, and they are responsible. But some decent average working class people, for example, they are not responsible for anything, and we shouldn't be judgmental when it comes to them, because they are not making final decisions. Those are few people which are in power, so they are responsible for these deaths in other countries, because they have some influence. But anyway, we have influence usually on things which are going on close to us, let's say. But because of we are so codependent, and we are so determined by circumstances and so on, we don't have too much to do with horrible things which are going on the world. It's like with global warming, you personally can't do too much. We know that. And about COVID-19, you also you can wear a mask, and that's all. Okay, 136. Previous questions. I am not a fan of blaming people for their actions, for blaming them and putting on them responsibility for something which they didn't have intention to do. So 136. Should we terraform planets if it means that we may be destroying undiscovered microscopic alien life? Should we terraform planets? So it's like, do we care about ants? Do we care about microbes on Earth? But okay, it should be done like with Mars. We are going to Mars. We are checking surface of Mars with our discoveries, with our cosmic missions. There are these scientific research programs, and first we are checking if there is some life, if or not. If there is some life, okay, we can check what kind of life it is, and it is good for scientific progress and knowledge and so on. But we are fighting for our survival as well. So for our species, it's for sure better if we've got some copies of ourselves on other planets. So microbes are not conscious, probably, as we are. They are not suffering, so I think it's okay. But if it's some kind of consciousness able to suffer, maybe then we should think about it twice. Anyway, another big question, and you can write a book about answering these questions. 137. Does anonymity encourage people to misbehave, or does it reveal how people would choose to act all the time if they could? I don't think that people are willing to misbehave. Let's say, okay, when it comes to platforms like Facebook or Twitter, I think that people shouldn't be anonymous. It should be you should be personally responsible for what you are saying. So if you are if you are harming people in the net, everyone should know that you did it. And there is a problem with bots which are creating a lot of mess, simply putting untrue information into the web. So and these bots shouldn't exist at all. But if there would be a situation where you can, for example, get into the web using your ID, then the situation would be very different. But I don't know if it's the best solution. Anyway, I'm not so sure if I would, for example, behave differently in the web if I would be anonymous. It's like there was this research program that shows that even if people have this opportunity to change their image on the Facebook or Twitter, they are usually not choosing to change their image. They are showing the true self, because it's very difficult to pretend all the time. So people are showing their true face usually, and I think it's simply energetically too demanding to be someone else constantly. And I don't think people want to behave differently. So most people are quite normal, I think. Anyway, another complex issue. What is the most fertile soil for hatred, fear, ignorance, jealousy, or something else entirely? Is it possible that some people are genetically predisposed to hatred? 139 question. The most fertile soil for hatred is misinformation, ignorance, which can cause fear. So it's not about ignorance, because ignorance is like blaming people for not getting enough information. If I would blame someone, I would blame mainstream media for creating some images of people, of things, of group of people, like public television in Poland now. It's creating misinformation about homosexuality and LGBTQ plus community. So it's about misinformation always. I don't think people are bad in essence, but if they are thinking that homosexuals are pedophiles, they can make horrible things. So misinformation. So yeah, it's creating fear and dividing. It's dividing people. $139. 140. If doing something good for others make us feel good, can there ever be such a thing as pure altruism? Yes, I don't believe in true altruism. I think that like extreme altruism, which we can illustrate by person which is dying for someone, is kind of not very rational behavior, let's say. So I don't think that true altruism exists. I think that we always getting something back for making good. So it's not about feeling yourself good because you done something good. It's because other people are seeing that you are making something good, and it will come back. So you never know if it's acting or is it a pose or something like that. So in society you are always acting in some way, posing, but it doesn't matter because outcomes are the most important. So I don't care if you are giving money for charity, or okay, charity is not the best way probably to help people. So if you are helping some homeless people, directly giving them money, I don't care if you are doing it to other people see it, or because you are feeling better than. But I think that even subconscious we can do it. We can do it because we know that someone will find out someday, and that you have done that, and in that way it's working for you. So pure altruism, which would be pure altruism we can illustrate if you would make a charity donations completely anonymously. but then you've got this feeling, so you are making it for your own pleasure as well. So because we are simply as a society one organism, so it's always coming back to you in some way. So if there would be no pleasure in making good things, it would have to be a robot which is only doing good things. Without robots, without any emotions, there would be maybe pure altruism, let's say. I don't know. 141. What is your definition of evil? My definition of evil is making other beings suffer on purpose. So if you've got goal to make someone suffer, this is evil, pure evil. But anyway, because like I said before, people are, if you are a child with a very poor family and you are growing up on the streets and everyone is treating you badly, and evil behavior is the only one which is helping you to survive, then there's this context is changing a lot when it comes to judgment of this kind of person. So okay, let's go with another one. 142. Do all people have equal value regardless of their actions, or is a person value based on their actions? Do all people have equal value regardless of their actions, or is a person value based on their actions? That's difficult for me. Sorry. Yeah, as I said a few questions before in previous video. Do all people have equal value regardless of their action? Is a person value based on their actions? I think everyone has equal value. It's like a Buddhist perspective. Everyone is a Buddha. So and that's why I'm against a huge disproportions of income, which we can see in capitalism in general, because if you are if you are showing people that they are worth something, that is simply giving them an opportunity to live a decent life, then they can become someone better, and their behavior can change for better. So if you have homeless people, if they will start to live normally, their behavior will be very different. So because people are rarely responsible for their actions. Let's say fully responsible. If there are adverse circumstances, simply there's less responsibility. So so this is the base from which I would develop my other thoughts about this kind of issues. But okay, yeah, everyone has a value because he's a living being, simply. Why are humans so fascinated by mass murders if their actions are universally considered evil and vile? I don't think that people are so fascinated by mass murders. We are simply paying attention to things which are dangerous for us. So it's not fascination in that sense that those are idols of people, that we are simply interested because knowing how this kind of people behave is critical to I don't know, avoid this kind of people, to so I would not use word fascination. It's simply paying attention, being interested in because it's dangerous for us. 144. As people, we feel our moral obligation weaken with physical as well as emotional distance from individuals in need. For example, you are more likely to help someone dying of hunger at your feet than someone dying of hunger in another country. How does this human trait of morality depend on distance shape our world? It's not the best word which is possible, but simply too much empathy can kill us. Simply too much empathy is causing too much stress. It's well-known fact that some doctors, when they are starting their practice, they are so tired of compassion. It has a name. It's named compassion fatigue. So young doctors can be exhausted because they have so much compassion, and they can't work simply efficiently then. So they have to emotionally distance from some events. So we are not gods, we are not robots. We are, if you are feeling something, you can be simply exhausted because of these feelings. So we can't do everything. If I steal a loaf of bread from you and eat it, when does the bread itself cease to be yours and becomes mine? What? if you are taking this loaf of bread, okay, in your stomach, in your stomach, it's definitely yours. How much effort should an individual put into not offending others? Okay, offending others is causing suffering of others. I don't think it's a good thing. But anyway, I think that freedom of speech is necessary for developing society. But anyway, okay, freedom of speech and critique of someone's thoughts and opinions, it should be allowed, but offending others, it's not necessary, okay? How much effort should an individual put into not offending others? Okay, just put the only effort which you should put in this kind of situation, like conversation, is just try to imagine what this human being is feeling and how is this person's life can look like. So and if you can really put an effort into this action of imagining someone's perspective, then you will probably not offend anyone, because it will be easy for you to know that it will be suffering. If you could start a country from scratch, what would it be like? 147. I'm not a fan of big planning, so I am for individual freedom on the first place. So if I would start a country, if there would be part of Earth or Mars, for example, when we with some people can settle, I would let it be just to grow spontaneously and probably a little bit chaotically on the beginning. But okay, so what kind of actions we could make then to make it the best possible country? Just analyze the history, let's say. But first of all, we should guarantee that individual freedom is on the first place, and the goods of every single citizen is respected, and rights and so on. So maybe it should grow on this background, that first of all we should determine what kind of how we are deciding to treat each other. Maybe, I don't know. Bold one. 141. Would a government run with algorithms, AI and statistic be better or worse than the government we have now? Yes, we should go in these directions. these directions, to use algorithms, AI, not single people, because people are generally stupid. So not people, just algorithms. And big data, I would say. But for now, AI is not so smart as well, so we have to probably use brains. But as I said, there should be this. There shouldn't be hierarchy. There should be as many brains working on problems as possible, in my opinion. So power should be not in one hand, but in many hands, let's say. In many brains. Many brains and good algorithms, good AIs. So, like medical AI, it's not on this stage of development that we can trust this AI, but few doctors and AI probably will do better decisions than one single doctor, let's say. Question 149. Would the world be a better or worse place if everyone looked the same? Oh, it would be terribly boring, so I'm not diving into it. 150. What causes the most harm in the world but is completely avoidable? Religions are avoidable, and they are causing a lot of suffering. So ignorance, in this sense that if we would follow the science and scientists, there would be less suffering in this world than now when we are following religions. How far should governments go to prevent its citizens from causing harm to themselves? I don't think that governments should be allowed to decide for single citizens. They can decide about their lives. But if there are, for example, substances which are killing people, we should check them, of course. But let's see. No, but anyway, anyone can decide about themselves. Just if you want to eat shit, just eat shit. It's your business. Do people in wealthier countries have a moral obligation to help those in poorer countries? We are not separated. So if you are making iPhones in China and people in China are starving, this is immoral. If some African countries are working for your wealth, they have had to be paid for that equally, and so on. What should and there was colonialism, and white people are responsible for that, and we should pay, let's say, we should pay for this history as well, and so on. So we are obligated because we are not separated, we are codependent and so on. What should the role of a government be? What boundaries and limitations should it have? There shouldn't be a government at all, simply. The less government, the better. The more democratic decisions, the better. But there is one limitation, let's say. We should make decision based on science, and this is the most important. To make rational decision, we should make them being the best informed. So science is on the first place. You can't make decisions based on intuition when you are responsible for many people. Then you have to use science and research programs to simply check what is the best solution to the problem. Not because you're thinking that is good. It's not a solution. Like many politicians think that they know. How do you know? If you are showing me research programs about some issue, I can believe you, but if it's only your opinion, I don't care. Is poverty in society inevitable? No, it's not inevitable. We can distribute wealth on the whole society. How should we measure the productivity of a society? Productivity of society should be measured by scientific progress. Thank you. What would utopia be like? How would it function and continue to exist? Okay. I answered enough questions to be satisfied with myself at this point. It was 155. Last question. So there left a few, and I will answer them next time. And now, is someone watching it? I don't know. If you want to ask some questions, a question, I will just sit here for 5 more minutes, and we will see what will happen. Let's check if there are some other conversation starter. '57 killer conversation starters, so you can start a conversation with anyone, anytime. Working on anything exciting lately? There is no very exciting projects at this moment when it comes to me. What's your story? What personal passion project are you working on right now? How do you know the host? What was the highlight of your day today? This is the highlight. How you been to an event like this before? What was the high points and low points of your day so far? Has this been a busy time for you? How is that drink? Having fun? What are you doing this weekend? What the fuck? Okay, it's enough for today. They left at least 50 questions. I answered today 30 of them, I think, something like that. And my brain is starting boiling at some point, so there is no point to continue if you don't have any questions. So, which is an unusual situation for me here. So I can say just goodbye, have a nice day, have a nice weekend, and so on. It was a pleasure.